showing some serious signs. You gotta pick it up.
All right. Put your hands together one more time for the fire, sister. One more poet before Bobby comes on. My girlfriend, with Jade, the occult poetry. And so I'm going to bring her on, and she's going to do, what's that name?
That voodoo that I do.
Voodoo that she do. Sister, with Jade, put your hands together.
Peace and blessings. Every woman in here has a little voodoo, but I want to tell you all about the voodoo that I do. I'm going to take your photo, cut the face portion off, and place it face up in the clutch of my panty. Casting that spell that makes you hot as hell as you stare into my eyes while you continuously nod your head between my thighs. On the 28th day, I am going to wear my black eyeshadow, my black lipstick, my black nail polish, and that black dress. For it brings out that true black goddess as I scribble your name with black ink on a black candle, which is placed on a black cloth, surrounded by black rose petals while a black moon looks on. Space seems to be your designated place as you stare into my face. Float on, baby. You are now in love with this lady. Drinking wine all the time, all of your refills will run out. My tampon, please, like a plump lemon into your drink. Just think of all the times that we wined and dined. Our ritual, my ritual. Your nose has been opened wide. Your heart cannot hide, and your soul cannot deny as I slide and glide into your every pore to explore and get to the core of exactly what you're standing for. You see, I am your get high. I am your vibe. I am that extra in your stride. I am that velvety, melanated, thorn like a black rose that never withers but grows and flows to you, through you. You see, sugar, it's all about you. Because I got you with that voodoo that I do.
That explains everything.
My inspiration.
We're going to bring you, I'm not going to hold you any longer. I'm going to bring you the man from Who Imagines. Here he is, Bobby Hemmitt. Let me give you this also. See if you can, I don't have a hook on it, so maybe put that in your pocket and hook it around.
Yeah, I'll do something. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that sound like I said, I had to get the smoke a lot in New York. I knew it was interesting because when the building blew up and all, I was supposed to fly out at about an hour after that. Brother Clint was like, you ain't going nowhere, the building just blew up. And so what I did was they had everything shut down the road. So I hightailed it. In the spirit, something said, don't go to the airport. We're down Bush Avenue. I said, well, let me go get a phone call. So I walked up to Flatbush Avenue, and something said, don't go to that airport. You know, so, and just so happened there was a sister that, one of my ex-girlfriends was, she had moved back up here to go to nursing school. And she was moving back down to Atlanta. She was supposed to leave, I think she was supposed to leave the same day. So she got stranded. So, make a long story short, I was able to, everything was shut down. I was able to get on Long Island Railroad because they had the cadets that had to go and go home, get some sleep, and come back and relieve the police officers. And she lived in Amityville, so I rode out with them. But then got to Amityville for damn near 3-4 days and stuff because, you know, I think they shut down all the bridges, Triborough Bridge and all that and stuff, you know. And then, and they was checking people, you know, they was checking cars and stuff. And I knew something when they first opened back up LaGuardia, and they shut it back down. It was like they was looking for somebody. And it was interesting because Brother Azariah had just completed his catalog. He had a big old picture of Khalid up in there. And I said, man, this is all they need. The only thing they needed was something Islamic, you know, to put you down with the subversive movement and all, you know. And so she, so what she did was that she, we had to wait until that Friday. And it was checking the Triborough Bridge or whatever. And we snuck out about 3 o'clock that Friday, and they had all the army and all that was out there. But the point about it was they had a monsoon came that night, a rain that Friday night. So nobody was checking, and we rode out. But I knew something was going on when they were shutting down all the airports and stuff. And like I said, I had a picture of like I said, that I think it's the which one is that? That catalog. It's got a big color picture of Khalid, and that's all they needed was something like that, and all, you know. And then I knew by the time they passed the terrorist bill in February, in November, that basically that just gives them a green light to just say that your rights are suspended and all that. But you heard so many takes on this thing. I even had some 2 videos out on the World Trade Center, 1 and 2. Yeah, I know you heard a lot of takes on it and all, but there's one metaphysical take on it that I explained to people, and that is this one thing. And first of all, did anybody see this coming off the internet? This thing about the $20 bill. Anybody saw this yet? How you fold a $20 bill? Well, see, this, I would say that this would be a coincidence. If it was an older $20 bill, then you might say, well, whatever. But the point about it is, remember, they started changing all these up in 97, 98, 99, on into 2000. So if they was planning all this type of stuff and all, they could basically format it for the simple fact that they started all these dollar bills, these particular money. This money is less than doggone 5 years old. You say they started they started in 97, I think. I think they started in 97. So that means that in actuality, it shows that they could actually format this particular bill to, and it's got the Masonic level and all that, to actually put it so that they can actually bring this about. Some say that they built the building to blow it up. You see what I'm saying? Over 30 years ago. You know? My take on it is, and a couple of things I want to, my take on it is I got a metaphysical take on it. And that is 2 things. The Europeans say fend for yourself. Now, I'm going to give you a system, because there's something that happened recently, I think, that ties into this, that I'm going to go into in a few minutes. But we know that the structure, the motifs, as far as your ego, your pyramid, we all know that's all Masonic, but we also know that there's an alternative history that the Moors have been saying, that the Moors set the country up. You see, that the Moors set the country up. So we know that there is a spiritual destiny in the aspect of your whole apparatus, your motifs, as far as the way the government is steeped in symbolism and the Masonic structure. Despite whether they use it for good or evil, it's still spiritual. You see, and that's one of the keys. That's one of the keys that we need to understand. That even though we know that the Illuminati, the original aspect of the Illuminati, did not come from the Europeans, it was something that was left behind by the Moors in Spain. But that just means the Illumined ones. But when they come to power, they can use it for either, you know, bad, or use it for oppression, or whatever. That depends on, because it's the sword, and the sword can be used 2 ways. You see what I'm saying? It can be used for defend yourself, and get used to murder and pillage. So the key here is, the real take on this is this. There is an American spirit. That means that anything that you put together with spiritual iconology, motifs from the past, is the same as it was 2,000 years ago. So we know that based on the Masonic level of the country, we know that they can put together a system, because we also know that the Moors helped with this whole thing. We know the whole thing with DC, we know all of this type of information, and that's why we got to go back and get the books. There's 2 books on America's spiritual destiny. There's one by Manly P. Hall, and there was another one put out by what's the name of that book company, the one that put out The Serious Mystery. There was another one put out by, what's the name of that book company? They put out The Serious Mystery book also. I'll get the name of it in a minute. But anyway, I think it's Destiny Books. Anyway, we know that there's 2 books out on this America's Secret Destiny, as well as one book called The Return of the Ancient Serpent. It's called The Return of the Ancient Serpent of Wisdom. There's another book called The Emerald Tablets of Hermes. There's 2 books out on the Emerald Tablets. There's one by Drumbelow Melchizedek. That's not the one to get. Then there's a major work put out called The Emerald Tablets, put out the same year, I think like in 99. And in there they have a part of America's spiritual destiny. So, despite the land of slavery, the land of all which was hatred towards us, there's still a spiritual destiny because we are here. That's one of the keys. That's one of the keys. It's already, I explained about 3-4 years ago that that's the same thing that is explained in the movie Jason and the Argonauts, and also the book Argonautica, of the book The Voyage of the Argo, which is the actual major work that they got, the Jason of the Argonauts. And the actual golden fleece is nothing but melanin in the inner spirit of the most ancient beings that is in the land of Caucasus. And they said we can't let the golden fleece out of Caucasus, because since the golden fleece has been in Caucasus, this magical ram's head or lamb's head, Caucasus has prospered. Well, since we've been here, America has prospered, and they never wanted to let us go. You see, they never wanted to let us go. So that particular story, as well as we talk about several of these stories before, the thrice great Hermes, the Hermetic text, and there's several stories that deal with us being in America. So therefore, it was a secret destiny of America even before the Europeans was even doggone reading and writing. You see, which is very interesting, because I'm going to show you how all this lines up, because there's a lot of prophecy going on, and we found out some major stuff the last 3 weeks. The last 3 weeks. And I'm going to go into this, and it's going to tie in to this particular aspect. But we know that the West, they talk about it in the Book of the Dead. Especially this, anybody seen the Faulkner's Book of the Dead, the big brown one? There's a big rust-colored Book of the Dead that came out in 1994 by Faulkner. It was an earlier version, but they just revised this thing and made it an authentic text, and they had about 3 or 4 scholars working on it. They debuted it at Wiser's Books up here downtown before Wiser's closed, the big Book of the Dead. And in there, they go into the whole thing about the Westerners, the Westerners, the Westerners. Well, some people think that was the West Bank of the Nile or the Valley of the Dead, but in actuality, that was spiritual destiny of the West that would come into being. Your whole Camelot story of King Arthur and the Holy Grail, which was a Moorish document, went into Ireland, went into France, and then Britain got it and tried to forge this fake royalty based on King Arthur's Pendragon and King Arthur's Camelot. But the story was a story talking about Camelot was actually America, and the King Arthur's courts, the Knights of the Round Table, was in actuality the upper room of black people that would come into this continent at this particular time. So the rise of Arthur's kingdom was in fact a spiritual destiny of America. That's why twice in 30-something years they tried to name the Kennedys Camelot, then they tried to name the Clintons Camelot. You see what I'm saying? The new Camelot, or what I'm trying to name the Clintons. That is because the spiritual destiny, before Britain usurped the story and tried to front like that they were the King Arthur's court and all, this was a Moorish story. And in the book, Rundle Clark's book called Egyptian Myth and Symbol, he said that your King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, Guinevere, and all that is nothing but Osirian drama retold. But the mythology that we see, there will be a future people that would take place in the West. This whole drama would unfold. You see, so there is a secret destiny, make no bones about it. That's why we're here talking tonight. So this whole thing is wrapped around us, but then again, on the other hand, the United States, the old regime, needed to cash in on this wealth and power that is getting ready to rise up out of us. In this particular case, they could get the dead black people in on the bullshit. And how you do that is, now there is an American spirit in the aspect of, the Moors came together and they put together all these ancient Masonic motifs. The country, whether we like it or not, is steeped in Camite and African spirituality in the aspect that they brought all those particular iconology and symbols here to make the damn country. And we know there was a black element that helped them do it. So if there is an American spirit, the only thing the government needs to do is to renew the American spirit. And in order to renew the American spirit, they got to get the original people in on the bullshit. Mainly flag waving. So the key was to, if there's something that's going away, and they know that there's something that's going away because they know that the old regime has to fall because there's people up under the foot of the belly of the beast, and their pain and suffering that has been echoing for thousands of years. It's foretold in the book of Enoch, the one R.H. Charles book of Enoch, about how these particular ones will be these suffering people that will try to run all over the world. Everywhere they would run, the white man would be there. They would find no place to go, that the white man would not rule. It's in the book of Enoch, R.H. Charles' book of Enoch, the Ethiopian book of Enoch. So they understood that based on the suffering that was going to happen, they knew that this old garrison, the old guards would overturn. It's in the Crawley's Book of Thoth. The Book of Thoth by Aleister Crowley, under the tarot card, the Tower. And they said the two towers of the tower that is struck represents the changing of the guard from the old garrison, a brute, mighty force, to the new garrison, which is a spiritual force. That's in the tarot cards of the Tower in the Aleister Crowley's Book of Thoth. That is in the second movie that is getting ready to come out of the Lord of the Rings. The next movie is called what? The Two Towers. It's a 3-volume book. There's 3 volumes in the book, Lord of the Rings, Two Towers, and then what? The Return of the King. So we're talking about mythology comprised again by J.R.R. Tolkien. You see, so the Two Towers is a central force, and like I said, it's in the tarot card, but it also represents the changing over of the gods. Now, all steeped in the mystery, the government needs to get a renewing of American spirit because the morale is low. You see, over the course of the years, apathy runs the land, and once apathy sets in, whether it's black or white, it doesn't matter. Once there's a certain amount of energy that is not put forth on a certain system, that system withers away. So what you have to do is you have to come in and you have to renew the spirit. In this particular case, they're going to renew a spirit that black people never had since we've been in this country. We were never as patriotic as this shit here. You know what I'm saying? Because, hell, we was in segregation just 30 years ago. So this is some new shit to us. Yankee Doodle Dandy shit. You know, yes, if you add Jesus to it, you might can get us in on the bullshit. And that was the case before. Just add Jesus to it. But we're talking about patriotic Negroes. You know what I'm saying? Born on the 4th of July. We never had that, really, until 9/11. So they have to get not the whites, they have to get the blacks, the ancient people from the ancient people who carry the melanin, who carry the spirit, that is the same spirit that is supposed to rise up. In so many cases, the Kundalini energy, which is the basis of this thing. So they have to get those particular people in on the festivities and all the bullshit that was going down. And so therefore, what better way than to blow up a building and tell people and keep it in the psyche and tell people that, hey, you need to mourn. You see? Then you got it, and you know, and I mean, we've heard so much about this 9/11 thing. Like, half the people on the doggone list are all those so-called people that blew up in the plane, these Arabs, some of them coming up living. You know, one nigga dead since 95. Just taking all kind of pictures and shit. You know. So, the whole concept here is, once they got black people patriotic and got black people to get down with this so-called 9/11 mourning period and all of this, because the first thing you do is you bring out the damn preachers. Bring out the preachers, bring out the choirs. They showed you step-by-step guide on how to mind control the people in the movie Wag the Dog. Remember they got Pop Staples up in there, got the countryman Willie Nelson up in there, and made a good old gospel song, and they can bring people home with this shit. So therefore, in fusing together a spiritual destiny that was the destiny of black people rising up is the destiny of God Bless America. You know what I'm saying? Which is a song made in the 1920s or the 1930s. You know what I'm saying? But people actually think that it's a religious song, you know, of 2,000 years ago. You see what I'm saying? Because we're not historically literate. So therefore, you can literally renew American spirit. This is a metaphysical way. You've heard the whole thing, but you get a whole bunch of people thinking about the same thought at one time. You can make change. Well, that's the same concept here. You see, it's the same concept. So as a result, this had to happen. And this had to happen. So as a result, this is one of the main keys. Now, there's so much other things we can go into based on this whole mind control thing. But I want to put that out there because I'm going to show you the second part of this stuff in a few minutes. And we'll break this thing down to things that's actually happening also. But first of all, I want to say, did anybody get any of these newsletters? Because you remember we had the conference down in Atlanta last year. Anyway, this is the sister Deborah Morris put together a newsletter. And what this thing is, it's called the Serious Times. And what this thing is doing is, we know we have a lot of social consciousness in New York with UAM and all the protest thing and all this thing. You know, we know we got enough stuff up here, but we need to know the feedback on the rest of the country. So therefore, it's good to know what the rest of the country is dealing with, and also if there's lectures that's going on in other parts of the country, it should be a way to also to you to get feedback, or you to get in contact and network with the amount of conscious people there is, because the simple fact is we know this is a precious commodity. So when they talk about the Knights of the Round Table, they talk about the elect, they talk about the upper room. Okay, yeah, that's cool. We do that with the libations. It's already mixed. Y'all done mixed it too? Yeah. Dangerous. Good. Good. We got the mixture. We're going to get into that also, too. Because this thing here is doing wonders around the country. If there was ever, you know that whole snake on, you know, the man out in the West, he got an elixir or something that can do anything. Well, lo and behold, we got one now that can do anything, but it's not like, oh, Bobby trying to sell some old crazy shit. No, it's a whole metaphysical and spiritual thing behind this. Spiritual thing behind this also. So we want to give you the remedy also so that you can mix up some. Now, I'll go into the whole history of that. Go into history. I need some water, too. Did you get any water?
I wasn't.
Well, yeah, give me something to drink or whatever. And so for the people that didn't get any of these, I wanted to pass these out. This is the Sister Deborah. The name of the newsletter is the Quarterly Journal, the Quarterly Journal for Evolving Consciousness. This is spring 2002. There should be another one due in June. Oh, cool. There should be another one due out in June, or the 1st of July, or whatever. But I want to pass these out for the people that didn't get any. That's also at Serious Times, and the number is 404-344-6862. And there's several things in this particular newsletter, as well as everybody knows about, and I think Brother Daoud talked about it. We got the Nexus magazine about those African messiahs that lived in the 19 well, it actually came about in the third prophecy of Fatima, and these people was these two African people that were a messianic type of force. that lived all the way up into 1980s, up to the 1980s. Anyway, that story, Simon Toko, that story is in here as well as other stories. So we want to pass some of those out for the people that didn't get them. You get them. You could get those also. Now, want to do a couple other things. I want to go into some things, but we're going to pour libations right quick to get it on the way. The pour libations. See if I can remember all these names, so we're going to spit gods to the, I should have brought my Apollo book, to the Apollo gods. This is an elixir and a mixture of stuff. So I'm just going to spit this 4 ways, and then we'll go into what this is. You all pretty fast, too. Y'all shoot. Yeah, oh, you didn't become an expert at this thing. Huh? Extra ingredient in it? Oh, that might be good for New York. But anyway, it is a science, because because it's an ongoing case study on our story. This thing is not, despite what other conscious people think, that certain information is laid down and that's all there is in African history. We're talking about literally millions of years of history, if not thousands. We're talking about literally millions of years of history. So therefore, there's stuff that is constantly coming historically, and new information that has to be uncovered. And we found out some other information which makes this thing an African science, and I'll get into what occurs and how this thing occurs, but I want to pour libations right offhand, so let's do this. Okay, Zarabanda, I say, Madre de Agra, Madre de la Luna, La Santísima Muerte, La Santísima Piedra Iman, Las Spiritus Entregulas, San Simón, El Cristo Negro, El Cristo Rey, Mama Sholo. Let's see if there's any. Las Spiritus Entregulas. Okay. Cacumbo, Locayo, Otincha, Tietia, Sheola, Alcala, Labado, Shumala, Omagumu, Oshun, Yemenya, Oya, Erzuli, Edo, Dambalawedo, Marasha, Simbi, Brigitte, Kali, Kalima, Shiva, Vetra, Rudra, Prometheus, Eros, Dionysus, Ertidna, Areskagu, Inanna, Ishtar, Astarte, Aset, Heru, Heru-Set, Sut-Har, Sut-Neset, Sut-Nubit. Give me some loud old shades to get the energy going. Okay. Suras, Netters, Nephilim, Nibiru, Anpu, Anubis, Anunnaki, Lucifer, Sutton, Kundalini, Shaitan, Awas, Ovas, Ivas, Seba, Rerit, Lilith, Lilitu, Layla, Eniel, Ramesses, okay, Amun-Ra, Sathis, Tatanin, Upwaret, Vashashetu, Sri Lakshmi, 10 Mahavadivas, Akali Ma, Mayat, Meskinit, Mintu Sivaraha, Mitep Sing Sing, Sekhmet, Sashet, Selket, Sekadaru, Bess, Bell, Besh, Butches, Dadoon, Upwaret, Evo, Kulakulu, Cthulhu, Shabnigara, Hastar, Yosathos, Azathos, Azazel, Samaza, let's see, Cam, Kim, Kimopis, Hemmitt, Amit, Ani, Anpu, Anut, Cerberus, Carabus, Jason, Medea, Perseus, Apollo, Hercules, let's see, Gaia, Okeanos, Eros, Cupid, Psyche, Juno, Tim, Sim. I guess that'll do it for right now. Okay. All right. Shakti, Shiva, Prabhati, Sati, Lakshmi, Krishna, Radha, Balarama, Ba, Na, Ka, Yugaru, Nomo, Digitaria stages, Ama, Kuntu. Okay. We be all night. Samuel, Delilah, Lilu, Himu, Okay. All right. Let's go into some things. First of all, like I said, don't forget to get the newsletters of the Serious Times. I want to go into a couple of things right now. Also, we got the brother that's doing the other stuff, all the other conscious brothers and sisters from around the country. We also have on cassette mixed to some of the baddest music going, plus libation in the whole 9 yards. Brother named Darryl Rice out of Indiana, but now lives in Charlotte, puts this stuff together. So during the break or whatever, we can, if anybody interested, we can get some of this going too. Couple of things I want to deal with right now on the hard copy. And one, as you know, is the sister Lisa Lopez from, what's the name of the group? TLC, biting the dust recently, being murdered recently. We want to get into this particular aspect, just to put it on the record, because that's exactly what went down. You know, she had hooked up with Dr. Sabi a couple of years back, I think about 3-4 years ago, because Dr. Sabi, I think she hooked up with him and she lost a lot of weight and she was really intrigued with the information and all of this. And so, you know, he resides in Honduras, so she went down to Honduras. Her and Andre Rison was they built a house down there in the whole 9 yards. She was in Honey magazine talking about Dr. Sabi and talking about the whole diet thing. She mentioned to a group of people out in the whole Hollywood area and music industry based on his AIDS cures and all this type of thing. And so as a result, she was seen mentioning him on BET and different things like that in the entire music community. And as a result, it's just interesting how 7 people can be in an automobile and then end up whatever happens and she's the only one dies. But apparently one of the brothers out in Oakland that's real good friends with Sabi got a call from Sabi. Well, he heard from Sabi before it even hit the news right after she died, and he even fessed up that he knew that they did something to her. And so basically it's that same thing, whereas she was going to introduce, it's one thing for conscious people to know things, but it's another thing to introduce the masses. Because it's just like Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, they would drink dirty water, but if they're shown clean water, they will drink the clean water every time. So the key here is it doesn't matter for Bobby Hemmitt or Phil Valentine or anybody in the whole conscious community, you know, a Dr. Bean and all, because we don't represent basically the masses, and we represent basically 0 point something when you think about it. So therefore, if the media don't sanction us, we don't exist for the masses. So therefore, they really don't care. They only are interested in rule the masses. So therefore, they're not really interested in the conscious black people. They understand that there's going to be a group of people that knows whether it's black or white. They're going to have a few people, but it's always going to represent 1% amongst black and white, compared to the masses of people just deaf, dumb, and blind and stupid. You know what I'm saying? Now, it's interesting because we was downtown today, went up to the Strand bookstore right up the street, right there in Wall Street, and walked up the street, and I was up there a year ago, and there was nothing on the street, no stores, hardly, everything was closed down, and now they got a bustling community up there just for this ground zero. But it's a whole thriving community. I mean, they got vendors, they got everything set up there, so it's damn near looking like Canal Street, right in that area leading up to ground zero, and we walk up there and shit, and there ain't nothing but some trailers up there. You know what I'm saying? But it's got massive people. I said, damn, I feel like a damn fool. I went and got in line. I said, well, let me go take a couple. We right up the street. The guy at the Strand bookstore say, walk 2 blocks up, you'll see ground zero. So we got up there and all. They needed tickets. They said, you need tickets. Well, they stopped selling tickets, so the sister let us come in. Because it was a sister. I said, oh, shit, like that. You know, and I said, and I started I said, she going to let us in. She said, go ahead on. And you know, we all happy and stuff. We think we going to go and I'm going to get some pictures of the rubbish and stuff, you know. Because I'm with a sister from Kansas, a sister named Olivia, that's never been here before, so this is some good tourist shit, you know what I'm saying? You know, Dorothy from Kansas can go back and, you know, show the people ground zero and shit, so I'm like, well, hell, I'll be your tour guide and all this, you know. So I'm like, shit, we gonna go up here and get some pictures of some scrap or some stuff. Good up there ain't got nothing but trailers and shit. I'm like, damn, they didn't clean this thing out. But the shit was packed with white folks. You know what I'm saying? But they got a whole community. You see, because that's the, but going back, the masses, you see what I'm saying? They are ruled based on what the government allows them to get into. So therefore, it's the same thing with this Lisa Lopez thing. You know, she was going to introduce this to a greater community, and as a result, they took her on out. You see, but this has been the case with Sabi since the early 80s. You know, with Teddy Pendergrass. You know, it's trying to get him to walk, and Teddy Pendergrass didn't believe, and after a while he went to the white boys and ain't walked since damn 82, and Muhammad Ali. And so he has had problems, they said. They ran him out of Chicago. You see what I'm saying? And so they've been getting on him for years. So this girl, he ends up getting killed behind this and all, basically because one flew over the cuckoo's nest in the aspect that the masses are never to know. And so she was going to make this her personal campaign. She had already gone in the Honey magazine, which is this new, one of the new black magazines that came out about 2-3 years ago. And she was already on BET, and so therefore she was going to put this thing to the public. They was out there, and not only that, but they was investing in Dr. Sabi. You see what I'm saying? And she was getting more people in the music community to invest in Dr. Sabi. So as a result, they took her out. You see, they took her out, and so this is just another thing that goes down in this long line of them doing things to the stars and all this kind of thing here. Case in point, while we on such menial stuff, it's just like that. It's just like the whole Halle Berry thing, you know. She works for 10 years and never take off her clothes. Then she starts, most people take off their clothes early, and then after 10 years, they get to be esteemed star. They don't show their little boobies no more or whatever. So, she worked for 10 years, and then next thing you know, she takes off her clothes and swordfish, and then she fucks this white boy and all, and gets Academy Award for screwing this white boy. That is a racist that kills her husband in the doggone movie. Now, the key here is the mystery here is the white folks have been pushing for soft porn to be integrated into the rated R stuff. You get a rated R movie and they just be kissing and stuff, and it's supposed to be some type of semblance of making love, but you be like, this is some bullshit. We know they ain't making no love. Or something like that. But then again, you have what is called the soft porn stuff. That's the stuff you see on Cinemax late at night, the Playboy channel used to have, and that's anything but penetration. So they try to integrate the soft porn thing in with the whole, they want to integrate that in with with the rated R thing. So they want to, they said that, the rated R ain't cutting it. So that, this is 2000, so they want to push the envelope a little worse, a little more. So what they do is they want to integrate the soft porn in there, which is basically one thing up under penetration. You see what I'm saying? Where you believe they're getting it on. Even if they're acting, the motherfucker look like they're getting it on. So what they will do is they will get, they will, in order to push these ideas, and they say, well, get a nigga to do it. You see what I'm saying? And let her get screwed, and also, too, that's her part of selling out, so that therefore, then not only that, they give her the Academy Award, because they know that's going to go around the world, and she won the Academy Award for what? Fucking some old hillbilly. You see, so that's a ritual going down. That's a whole ritual going down, as well as now she in a new movie, a new James Bond flick coming out, which she's naked again up in this shit. So this is this is an initiation that's going on. It's just like Denzel had to get his day in the sunshine. They say, motherfucker, you've been around here for years, Glow, the Malcolm X thing and all, and you a big hero, so they give him the whole they say, well, what we want another Boys in the Hood again. So they get him in on the bullshit to do a Boys in the Hood. And basically that's what Training Day was, and glorify the white boy. And let me say, police brutality is basically sent by the white people, but all of a sudden now you got the black man beating people down and acting like a fool, and the white boy is the great savior. You see. And so they put this whole thing out, but now remember how these movies go around the world, and the people go, hey, there's the ghetto as usual. They still in the ghetto. You know, so they do this kind of thing, you see. So then he gets in the movie John Q. Anybody saw this thing? He gets in the movie John Q and tells his son on the deathbed, whatever you do, sell out. So no black person, we always say that's a sellout nigga, but no black person has actually said sell out. Well, I guess they're speaking with Denzel, since we put you as the #1 leading man of all time. You got to actually say the word sell out. So in the movie John Q, which is a contradiction because he takes over the hospital because, you know, his son, they're going to kill his son because, you know, the whole movie, because they don't have enough money and the HMOs or whatever this shit is don't pay off, and he takes over the hospital and makes actually a great movie, the entire movie taking over the hospital and doing all this, got all the people behind him, and then turn around and tell his damn son to sell the fuck out. You see, sell out. So this is, it's the again, whereas it's still that same mind control central all day long. So it's very key. Now I want to get into a couple of things. Some things that was going on I haven't been here in about a year, so there's a lot of stuff that went on, but I want to get into some of this particular information. Couple of things. I want to introduce this. We come to find out that you know that chemistry is nothing but a byproduct of greater mysteries, alchemy. Well, the first thing happened is just like this. One brother made some email, some brother from New York, and I want to answer this. Make some email. He said, I want to know what the hell is Dracula, the great old ones, the H.P. Lovecrafts, the Necronomicon, and all this crazy stuff Bobby talking about got to do with black folks. And I said, in a nutshell, it's called mythology. Now, like I said before, I've been in this thing a while. It'll be 10 years next month since I did the Dogon lecture, which was my first lecture. And I find now more than a lot of the ancient science, a lot of the stuff that I was studying over the years, I find more now that I'm more prone to read more mythology than any of the other sciences that I taught on the last 10 years. I find now than age-old systems and concepts or spiritual systems that's been dead for the last 1,000 years or the couple of 100 years. And there's things that's in the mythology because the mythology was put down when we were gods. So therefore, we're talking about stuff that's timeless and stuff that permeates throughout the ages of customs and all different things that we have gone through in humanity. The mythology is always the basis. It's the basis of religion. Because despite anybody up in here with this religious bullshit, religion is nothing but mythology historicalized. Bottom line, it had mythology historicalized. You see what I'm saying too? Then when you get down to Islam, which is just basically, don't think, motherfuckers. Don't think at all. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not taking up for Christianity, but Christianity still is based off, if you study, it's based off a lot of iconology based on mythology because it's right up under Judaism. But then again, and you do have aspects of that particular, that mythology in the Quran, but as this, and we're talking about a degradation on all three. That is the reason why all three have been toppled within less than a year. Since 9/11, Islam destroyed. Fuck the white Arab. Because that white boy put foot in that white Arab ass, and Allah was nowhere to save him. Broke every last one of his sacred Ramadan and all his holidays and stuff. Kicked him in the ass all day long on his holidays. Blew him in the smithereen. Allah wasn't around. Now, the fucking Catholic fuck boys, that whole shit going on. You know, so you got the Catholic fuck boys going on. Then you got this whole shit in Israel, all this crazy stuff going on. So what kind of people are you supposed to be, the meek and the timid people? You can't even front now that you're supposed to be the people of pain and suffering when you're the one that's putting the scunion on people's ass. You see what I'm saying? So, in so many words, this is a great day because the major world religions, Because when you think about it, we don't even want to deal with Buddhism and all that, because the simple fact here is, number one, it was never one of the main ones, although you have millions of Buddhists. And that is a world religion, and it is a far cry from the ancient Vedic system. But still yet, that is something that mass white people never got down with. You see what I'm saying? So that's still alien to most people. But we're talking about the world is being run by Tel Aviv, Mecca, you see what I'm saying, and the Vatican. So this is a great day that world religions have been toppled. This thing happened in the 80s with the Christian, with the moral majority. They had that whole shit going on. The moral majority and all this evangelism and all that stuff, and then your boy Jimmy Swaggart gets caught with his pants down. This thing happens every so often. You see what I'm saying? This thing happened. Well, it's the same thing with this. This is a major break. Why? Because what it tells us is what you have is called the Bacchanalian realm, or the Dionysian realm, or the realm of the muse. We'll get into all that tonight on what that means. Divine carnage, divine love play, divine, if you, then that's divine. Not the other way around. I must refrain from all life's pleasures and flog myself. You see what I'm saying? And that kind of bullshit that the church tell you. So what we're seeing here is we're seeing a great day that we see the major world machine, because whether we like it or not, in the book, The Occult Technology of Power, they tell you that the greatest force that we have, when the people don't believe in technology, they will believe in religion. So we're talking about the major world religions being toppled. Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. You see what I'm saying? Which in actuality, all of them done fucked over black folks. You know what I'm saying? So this is a great day in the particular aspect, not necessarily that the people won't forget about it and go on about their business, but we're talking about the people on the spirit realm. We know that there's something happening here. You see what I'm saying? It's just like even with we know that the government was forced to do the 9/11, but in forcing to do the 9/11, they gave up this autonomy of never being the people that nobody fuck with. So even when we know it's all fake, they can't never say no more that America has never had anything go down on this border other than the Civil War. You see what I'm saying? So in one way, they had to give up that particular mind control and this particular fallible of status. With this religion, although they will recover, because most people got to believe in that bullshit in the first place. That's what the masses do. You know what I'm saying? But the point here is, and and believe me, there's some vulnerable stuff, because don't let nobody fool you. If they didn't want the Catholic Church to be found out, you'd never find out about that shit. You see what I'm saying? It's just like the damn Sandra Levy bullshit. Now, I'm prone to believe what Phil Valentine said, that she was a spy. Remember, he was talking in his tapes, he said she was a spy, and she fucked around and got caught or whatever, and they took her ass out, because they do have those spies. Now, come on now. Has anybody been to D.C.? Rock Creek Park is equivalent to Central Park in New York City. There ain't no way in hell now they ain't cleaned the section around some goddamn trees in a fucking year. Then all of a sudden they go around some fucking trees in a place they supposed to be cleaning a year ago and find some fucking bones, and we supposed to believe this shit? You see what I'm saying? They could tell anybody anyway. All of a sudden they done found this white girl's bones in Rock Creek Park. I could see if they said they found this stuff someplace in Alexandria, Maryland somewhere, and somebody's in some wilderness or some field and somebody born or some kind of shit. But we're talking about a major Central Park. And all of a sudden some bones laying around some tree some goddamn well, wherever they said. Damn, they out in the open. And nobody, that's the first thing you do in a motherfucker mess, to go check the fucking pot. You know what I'm saying? You comb the lakes and you comb the fucking park. Now, but all that is another form of mind control. That's another form of mind control. You see? And we're going to get into that now, but also we're going to get into tonight, the conspiracy of sound. I'm getting ready to do another one, like I did the Ku Klux Klan thing. I also came here to do another documentary because I can't really give it all in a lecture, so I got to give a complete documentary on the conspiracy of sound, because that's one of the keys to this thing. If this is a matrix and an illusion and none of this exists, and we know that what we have in our eyes, what we have in our sight that exists, that means that the music, and we know that what you hear has to be more divine than what you see. You see, we're going to get into that tonight because that is key. And I stumbled up on this by mistake because my goddamn system blew up. You see what I'm saying? You know, and I stumbled, but I'll go into the whole system on that. But now going back, now going back, I'm going ahead of myself, but going back, we're still talking about things that you want to understand more in your life. It's not following somebody, it's to tap into the mythology. Now, as we said, we know that, to reiterate for the people who never heard this stuff before, your Greek mythology is Central African mythology, not Greek philosophy. Greek philosophy was copied from Africa almost 2,000 to 3,000 years later. Then Greek mythology, which is Etruscan, Etrurian, Phoenician, Typhonian, and pre-dynastic Egyptian. So your Greek mythology, as well as what they call classical mythology, is the missing pages to Egyptian mythology. The reason why I want to say this, because this is critical, because, and I'll give you some information in a few minutes. It's critical because what has happened over the last 30 years, you got the University of Chicago, University of California, Berkeley, and a whole bunch of major universities have been doing research over the last 30 years, and what they have been doing is they have been coming in and they have been sifting through pages of sand, meta, and all types of mythology of ancient cultures. Cult, where you following some motherfucker based on some male cult or some type of damn cult where the people are giving over their lives, and that's why it happened again. You gotta. See, I'm not impressed by motherfucker building some goddamn theme park out here. Okay, fine, I know black people don't do the shit, and I understand that concept, but the crackers do that shit in Vegas. That's good. I motherfucker build a theme park with our no teeth. You understand what I'm saying? But that don't bit more make a motherfucker the Messiah. You know what I'm saying? You know? Okay, I understand the importance, and I understand it. We like the images, and the Egyptian thing was cool in the aspect. That was some nice shit the brother put together out there on that particular thing. I figure you've been in the game 30 years and a pimp motherfuckers in the north. You need to at least go down there. That's the least you can do is build a motherfucker. Let me build this theme park after having these in cowboy suits and all this up here. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, he built the theme park off the niggas' asses from New York. You know what I'm saying? After pimping y'all for years while people did bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So my point here is, that's good. You know what I'm saying? But my point here is, whenever you see this nigga in the middle of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, which is a major paper, they own 4 or 5 papers all over the country. They own Rice and Entertainment that you see on the front of the movie. This is major white boy. They ain't gonna put no nigga up on no color picture on the front page, and he got the damn fucking Osiris shit on with the double crown or with the Osiris crown. They don't do shit like that. You see what I'm saying? I knew then it was all coming. You see, so my point here is, but still yet, the point here is, okay, fine. I know people are going around saying, yeah, white folks shouldn't have did the brother like that. Well, goddamn, they white folks. Pick a motherfucking number. You know what I'm saying? They white folks. Now I understand that particular stuff. You know, they should have did it like that, and now we got motherfuckers just like the meal bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So people are crying over that. You know, and Dawood did break that for you. You know how some of Dawood take. So I told you before, you don't need to just even if the brother is in jail or whatever, you don't need to be burning no energy up for. getting one nigga out of jail when there's millions. You know what I'm saying? So we understand this particular part here, but my point here is, this whole thing here, when we talk about the whole Dr. York thing, we know we're going to cry when they're talking to our leaders and all this kind of thing, but my point here is, goddamn it, if you can declare yourself Osiris, God incarnate, you got to do a little more to build a goddamn theme park. You see, some things is just more, you know what I'm saying? Now, come on now, we got all these niggas, we got some, you see, but they biting the dust. You see what I'm saying? They biting the doggone dust. You see. So you got your brother, H-Rap Brown down there. He's Jamil Alameen, but he's with the bees, alhamdulillah, 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 and all that stuff. Motherfucker taking people out. Now they're doing this for a reason. I understand. I don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to make a mockery. But my point here is, at this particular time, you got to come, if you're going to goddamn do some shit, it's got to be real. You can't be doing shit for alternative motives and alternative reasons. You understand what I'm saying? So you got to be real with your shit. You can't tell a motherfucker, I am the living fucking Osiris. And then the cracker lock you up. You can't get out of jail. Man, I told you, I know a nigga from Mullet, South Carolina. They used to lock that motherfucker up and they wouldn't hold him no more than 24 hours. He needs to break out of jail. You know what I'm saying? They got white boys and break out of jail. And my point is, damn, if you that bad, if you Osiris, you're supposed to have an army going in there and busting your ass out of jail. All the goddamn people you got living down there. Now, we all know that it's the Grants, Dravidians, and all that, but I'm going to tell you, it's some bullshit. Now, like I said before, and I explained this to the people before, now try to understand the bullshit. First of all, he didn't get the media coverage that he got, because the nigga been out, what, 30 years? All of a sudden, the nigga all on the media coverage. Now, we had an Afro-centric movement that came and damn near went. And the rest of the country knew nothing. Although we're in the thick of things, like you in Harlem, and you know Dr. Bing, and you know Dr. Clark, but those are not national phenomena. You see what I'm saying? The only thing national attention Dr. Clark got was based on the documentary that Wesley Snipes did. But we're talking about a cadre of scholars that came and went undetected, and the rest of America didn't know nothing about them because the government made sure that you never put these people in the media. You understand where I'm coming from? So here it is, all of a sudden this motherfucker on Unexplained, he on this, he on that, he's in the newspaper. That's because they feed that system just like the Farrakhan thing. You see, time out for all the niggas like that. Like Farrakhan, I said he's a Jew. You heard this shit here? Nigga, you didn't say that he said I'm a Jew. He didn't say he's an ancient Hebrew. Them motherfuckers say he's a goddamn bagel-eating, hook-nosed, bagel-nosed. That's what the niggas want to say. This nigga is so loud, so much now into it, you know what I'm saying? You don't even mention him no more. He's beyond that. He's elevated up there with doggone Burl Eyes and Orson Welles or some great white folks or whatever type thing. He's right there, you know, with Jerry Falwell and all that. But the point I'm trying to make here is, you got these particular people that the government always gives you. Now, I broke this before, and I'm going to say a little bit about it so you understood what went on. The Afrocentric movement was a very powerful movement that the government said we must be quiet because these people are bringing scholarship. And in the book Black Spark, White Fire, even the white boy that wrote the book said, or whatever race he is, said that they were so powerful until the damn students all on the major universities were beating white people's ass. You know what I'm saying? Beating Egyptologists' ass with just Egypt being other than black. Beating their behind and stuff. So they had to be quiet. They said, just be quiet. Them niggas gonna go to sleep again. Like all movements, it always died down. And the next thing they did, all of a sudden, Dr. York, who in 1990 was talking shit about Dr. Ben and all this, and the Uncle was the sign of the devil and all that kind of stuff in his book, The Light and all this. He hated Hemmitt in 1990. He was talking shit. They got tapes of him talking shit about Dr. Ben and Hemmitt in Egypt. This is no bullshit. Anybody that was a part of anybody ready to buy something, raise your damn hand. You see what I'm saying? He was talking shit about Hemmitt in 1990. Now all of a sudden the motherfucker is Osiris and he's got media coverage. There's a reason. Because the government knows this. They pulled him off the street in 95. They go back work and stuff, and all of a sudden, in 97, he comes out, late 97, 98, he comes back now, he's Osiris, and everything is killing. That's a science. Because they wanted to destroy the Afrocentric movement and made claims to kick it on the scholarly level. So what they did is they put him up there, he's talking about the planet Ritz. See, I'm from the planet Ritz. So they put him out there, and so it's a science, and the media covers him, talking about the planet Ritz. Okay, now all the dead black people who didn't get into the consciousness, whenever they see some Camite stuff or Egyptian stuff, they go, oh, that's that Egyptian shit. I know all about that. Them people think they're from the planet Ritz. You see, this is a science in the government. They will attribute all the Afrocentric stuff that was covered for 14 years on back, 15 years on back, and all that science that was put down. The rest of America who didn't get into this stuff, which is the majority of them, the only thing they got by way of Egypt is some goddamn nigga talking about the planet Ritz. So therefore, when you start talking about Hemmitt, the first thing they go is, oh yeah, I know about that. That's the most crazy motherfuckers that even in Georgia. It's a government conspiracy. So they give him the coverage. You see what I'm saying? That's why they gave Farrakhan the coverage. You know Farrakhan too. You remember the Afrocentric movement was out. Farrakhan never did break from that old shit. That same old motif where he would make mentions of Egypt fell and Moses in Egypt and all that same old biblical shit. People go, damn, we got all this scholarship coming out and they still sticking to that shit. Because they know they will give him some stuff because he ain't going to document that. This is the science. You can take this and leave it alone. So we understand that particular stuff on why they gave the energy and they started covering him. Now, the point I'm still trying to make here is they're doing twofold thing right here. Number one, the spirit realm is saying it's time out for motherfuckers who is pimping this shit. You got to come real now in 2000. This is 2002. You got 2 zeros and 2 twos. That's my yacht. You see, that's the scale. That's balance. So therefore, you got to come real. You can't be faking as no fucking messiahs because all of a sudden now they're taking all of them down. You see what I'm saying? They're taking them down. Plus, the whole science is to take down any leader that's public. I'm not talking about the people that's most people don't know still. I'm not a national figure in the aspect of to the masses. I'm a national figure on the conscious circuit, but I'm not a household name. You see what I'm saying? Like Reverend Buffon, motherfucker, Al Sharpton. Come on, man. If y'all ain't fuck that shit out there, y'all need to be stoned in this motherfucker. If you know that nigga's a government agent. Any fool that don't know that that's a government agent is crazy. But the national figures, but the national figures, that's a whole different thing. But, so what they want to do here is also national conscious people. They want to somehow something happen to college. That breaks the morale of people. So they take college down. You see what I'm saying? They take H. Rap Brown down. They take Dr. York down because Spike, we know about the planet Ritz. Most people, it's a positive thing that most people don't understand the underhanded things. They just look at that as another black person. So on one hand, the government can take down these particular people and it can break the morale and break the spirit of the people. We be like, damn, man, shit, everybody who stand up for us nationally gets taken out. So this is a system that's been going on for years. So they can do this stuff over and over again. So that's one of the ways to do this. On the other hand now, the spirit realm now, you got to become for real because now the white boy is afraid. And he only respects those that he know he can't do some shit with, ones who are dealing with the actual science. The science of spirituality, not the ones faking the funk. Because if there's any ego involved as far as this self-grandizement of you want somebody to follow you, that's the old system. That's the same system that has oppressed people for the last damn 2,000 years. So if you are in that system, I don't give a goddamn if it's Egyptian, and whether it's the newfound Afrocentric, if you pimping the people now, based on follow me and I can get you to the promised land, but yet I need $1,000 a damn month from you to do it, then that's the same system that is going out of this capitalistic regime. So on one current here is nothing can be tolerated because there's images now, and what's happening here is now you cannot be protected by that if you are faking the damn funk with your doggone fake shit. You get where I'm coming from? So therefore, I want to know now, because it's funny to me how he's the God incarnate. So we had this for Yahweh and Yahweh. Now he's the living God incarnate and all about the book, and this motherfucker can't get himself out of jail. You know, and faking the funk. One day he go in and dye his motherfucking hair, and come out with black hair. Then come back up in there and wash that shit out, and then come back in white hair, and then he talking, oh, he's changing fucking form. Running that game on people, man, you can't be doing that shit. You see, and everybody's fighting the justice, because you got to understand, that system is going out the same as the doggone Judaism, Christianity, and Islam system. And if you're a part of that age-old pimp system, I don't give a damn if you're even calling yourself Egyptian. It's still the same pimp game in that particular aspect of followers, mass followers, and getting all this particular monetary aspect of these people. They're going the fuck out. You see, this is this type of thing that's going on. I just want to say, and so my point here is that I want to know now, all the other people, because see, the last couple of years we've been having people, you know, first motherfuckers didn't know, I've been talking this Egyptian shit for 10 years. Then all of a sudden, he started talking Egyptian shit, and next thing I know, motherfucking Dr. Y'all motherfuckers are like, like weird as shit. Well, your motherfucker in jail now, so tell that motherfucker to do some magic now. It's the damn thing when you're assigned up in the jailhouse. Motherfucking white boy, you know what I'm saying? Don't lock your shit up. Don't be making claims to the goddamn holy and the divine and all that kind of stuff. You can't back that shit up. Now, going on, I want to deal with some stuff because we now find out there's different things that went on. Because this is another thing. Now that brother's saying, you know, Bobby ain't going food because Bobby's peddling motherfucking liquor. That nigga done gone food. The nigga peddling liquor. Shit shouldn't be. We didn't do that. That ain't African. You know, it's a motherfucking thing now. We just learned that we were Africans about 14, 15 years ago. Now all of a sudden we expert on what the fuck is African or not. You know what I'm saying? You know, we didn't know shit, but all of a sudden that ain't African. Well, goddamn. We're talking about a place that's literally millions of years old. You know what I'm saying? If you want to settle for 3,000 years for some of these people, 4,000 years, if you the Bible, 6,000 years. You know what I'm saying? We got pottery older than 6,000 years. But the point I'm trying to make here is, even if it's 3,000 years, motherfucker, you know what people did for 3,000 years? High culture, all of a sudden you know all that is. That ain't Africa. Well, what the fuck is Africa? Africa is a case study in progress. We're still learning things as we go on each day. We talk about what we say the library of Alexandria burnt down twice. And with the remains, they fill up every museum on the planet with Hemmitt. And yet they had the major shit was burned up. But yet we say that ain't Africa. And we yet to know what the people of Africa did prior to they started recording the shit in Hemmitt. So the point I'm trying to make here is, but if you do the study and try to understand things come to be based on just basic history, tell you that the crackers didn't have nothing until they just stole it all from us. And that's just basic. Anybody know that with basic history? Well, one of the things that happened when they were in Spain, and they settled in Spain, the Moors, and for 700 years, they were in Europe for 700 years. America's only, 26 years old? And look what America has done. I mean, off the motherfucking back, but look what it's done just in the 20th century alone. You understand what I'm saying? But the Moors were in Spain for 700 years. You see what I'm saying? Now, one thing that they taught them was the art of alchemy, and one thing that came out of the art of alchemy, which is coming out of the mysteries of Hermes and the school of Tahuti in Africa, was the distillation of alcohol. So not just wine and beer that we got recorded on some aspect, but we talking about all your scotch, your bourbons, your gins, your rums, all that shit was African science. Why the fuck you think the West Africans spit that shit 4 ways and stuff to the goddamn ass You see what I'm saying? So we know that even Charles Fish told you there were volumes of books, just thousands of books that were burned. I'm just saying they had just volumes of books of stuff in Kemet. And so when the Moors went into Europe, they taught them a part of the discipline is the art of fermentation, which is at the root of alchemy. You see? So that's an African science. Now you can use anything as something that can destroy your people. You know what I'm saying? You can destroy your people. That's nothing. You see what I'm saying? But that doesn't necessarily mean it's not a science. So the art of alcohol is the key science to alchemy, which is the key to ancient Kemet. That's the one, if anybody, that is the major art of ancient Egypt is alchemy. We talk about this stuff. I don't have to repeat this stuff to you. But going on, we've learned more and more stuff till we understand now that we're talking about the alcohol and all that stuff we think the Europeans got. They got that shit from the Moors, which leads up to the basis of what is going on here when we found out this particular science. And how did I come with this particular discipline? I came with this particular discipline by application into the West African mystery, where you have to spit the rum or spit the gin to invoke the spirits. And after summer 2000, spitting rum, spitting the spirits to all voodoo entities, I developed a quiet taste for alcohol from June 2000, fucking August 2000. Now, a year later, I had a psychic attack where, and I talked about that the last time to give you an example. I had this thing hit my teeth, and I had my entire mouth literally destroyed almost. And then the psychic channel came down to mix a brown liquor and a white whiskey. No, brown whiskey and a white liquor. In that case, I had some gin and I had some scotch at the particular time. And I mixed it. As a result, the spirits was able to enter and was able to come in and literally operate on me and repair what was damaged. So between, and I told you about that the last time I was here on 9/11. You know, 9/10 or 9/8, right before 9/11. So between 9/11 and November, I perfected the system. And it's sheer alchemy. Now, in mixing two continents, so we mixed the gin, which is London dry gin, and that Gardens is a good one. London dry gin, along with Canadian whiskey, which was some of the best is Windsor's. I don't know, there's certain places they don't sell. They got Windsor's, they got R&R, they got Northern Lights. So you have to pick based on where geographical location you are, what kind of Canadian whiskey. So there's, I mixed London dry gin. There's on the London dry gin there was Kingsley's, Glenmore, and what's another one? Tanqueray, that's a little too much truth up in there. You don't want to fuck with the Tanqueray. Stay away from the Tanqueray. A lot of motherfuckers got memories from Tanqueray. And it's amazing. I mean, motherfuckers, man, I got a major memory about some Tanqueray. You know. But, so, you know, and you got that Barnett's, you got these particular London dry gins. You mix the London dry gin along with the Canadian whiskey. Now, the mystery was that I had some brothers stand on, oh, look at brain cells. I'm like, goddamn, the brain is the human matrix. That is the reason why your ass is stuck in this illusion. You want to burn some goddamn brain cells. Shit. The damn drunk on the corner got that shit right. Fuck reality. I'm just gonna stay in the other dimension. I let y'all motherfuckers talk that shit out. You know, that's what a nigga told me back in 1981. That's when Reagan was in. He said, Ronald Reagan gave me a job to drink up all the liquor to see what I'm fucking on y'all young folks. Shit. They're the only motherfuckers living is a nigga that's got his mind someplace else other than this bullshit. You might die, so fuck it. I mean, you ain't gotta go to work. You want to die. Living is the goddamn problem. So anyway, you mix the two together. Now this is the mystery. Because that's the part of it. So the first thing, it's all about the alcohol and all. So look, man, we're dealing with alchemy here. You see what I'm saying? We're dealing with an ancient science. Is it not written in the law that years ago you spit the shit to the fucking Orishas? You spit it to the lowers. You spit it to the netters. So who the hell you think is the lowers, the Orishas, and the netters but us? You understand? So as a result, I mix the two alcohols together, which is an alchemical elixir. Then it gets fun because prior, in March of 2001, 6 entities came. Well, it was about 4 or 5. It was 6 entities that came through channels. Because you're saying, what is this channel? But how the hell do you think all that stuff got written? How the hell do you think all the stuff that we have in all the books of the dead, the Upanishads, all these particular sacred texts, how the hell do you think that shit got there? That shit was channeled. Now, because it's 2,000 years, don't necessarily mean that the channels have to stop. So you can channel something about 2,000 years, 3,000 years. It don't make a bit more sacred because it was channeled 2,000 years than when it was channeled out. That's how we always did shit. You understand what I'm saying? Motherfuckers' lives be saved when they say, don't go to work today. I've heard about 15 different stories of black people doing the World Trade Center. When they got up, they went, I ain't going to work today. And the shit blew up. How many times in your life did some shit happen like that? That's what they told me. When I was walking down the street, I said, let me go get a phone card and all. I'm going to catch the next flight. I'm going to try to get me an evening flight out. And I went up to Flatbush Avenue and the spirit told me, motherfucker, don't get on that plane. Now, it was interesting because I had the sister Deborah up here when it does the newsletter. She was up here with me during the same weekend. Deborah went back early. Deborah went back on September 10th. When she got to the airport, they was typing this shit. They said, okay, they got you and Mr. Hemmitt. They looked at her and told Deborah, are you sure you want to go? Now wait a goddamn minute now. She's going to go early. That means she got to pay $70 to change her ticket. Okay? Now here's the motherfucker up in here saying that the airport people talking about, are you sure you want to go? This was the day before 9/11. She said, I'm giving you $70 to upgrade my ticket. They asked her, where's Mr. Hemmitt? Where's Mr. Hemmitt? Oh, I want to know who this motherfucker is behind this damn computer. Where's Mr. Hemmitt? Now all of a sudden, them motherfuckers are social workers like welfare motherfuckers. Where's Mr. Hemmitt? Are you sure you want to go? But anyway, I got the channel the next day. Don't go to the airport, nigga. Because, see, okay, now, to let you in on a little thing, because I understand it, because I don't want no people. We have to preface ourselves. Motherfucker get the wrong understanding. The first thing motherfucker be saying, Bobby said that 9/11 was by him. I see the motherfucking shit coming. So let me preface this thing so that you understand what's going on. I have to preface myself. Set this shit up right before a motherfucker be done said. Because the next thing you know, Dowd will be done had another lecture. Talking shit. shit by now. I said, well, we know goddamn different. You know, we got all these scholars at the I said, well, damn, if we just, I said, we won't do nothing but argue about each other if we just get into this shit every damn day. So now, you know, I know, so I want to preface this shit. First thing I'll say, Bobby said that damn 9/11 was about his ass. They want to get this shit straight. When they make a sweep, when they plan something, they plan something and they plan different variables or different situations and they throw it all in the pot. So when they say something, they'll go, well, now is the time to get all them other big motherfuckers that's been talking that shit. We'll just wait till 9/11 when we do this stuff here, so we'll roll on all of it. You see how they go? So it's not a matter of 9/11 for Bobby Hemmitt, but then again, on the other hand, motherfuckers know I'm speaking in town. They got the shit, they've been tracking me for years. My phone been bugged for years. You know what I'm saying? Phone been bugged for years. So, well, you got that phone. I don't want to flip over. I don't want to get down with that kind of shit. It ain't no nigga had evil spirits, the nigga fell around with it. Yeah, that nigga fell around with money and shit. Yeah, man, after I pay the motherfucking money. Pay the nigga money, and he gonna talk shit about the motherfucker paying their money. Oh, big head, big foot nigga. Ain't that something? This nigga got something for everybody. Fall off the damn podium and stuff. So when they do things and stuff, they say, well, look, when we do this here, we gonna do this and we gonna round up a whole bunch of people. You see what I'm saying? So anybody that was a part of anything at that particular time, they was on the lookout for it. So that's how that whole thing happened. Now going back, I got the channel now to go to the airport. Now going to this thing, all it is we are all connected with what we do, and this thing here is ongoing, so you can get spiritual transmission throughout history. So in March of 2001, 60 inches came. Three women, one named Otisha, Shayola, T.H. It was three sisters, three ancient entities. A male called Omagumu, which is the head of this army of thousands of soldiers, and a warrior named Shuma. Then two other ones came, one named Kakumbo and one named Lokayo. So now it was Otisha, Tiesha, Shayola, Omagumu, and Shuma. Those are the ones that came at first. Then Kakumbo came, Lokayo came, and recently we got one called Alcala that came. And we got one called Lavado. We're going to get into that in a few minutes on that particular entity. But the three sisters also represented, you see them in most of the movies as the Stitch and Witches in the Clash of the Titans, the Garden sisters in the Medusa mythology. It's always three sisters. You see what I'm saying? The whole Islamic thing before it was, the whole Allah was what? Three female deities that used to rule Arabia, and they rehashed an old matriarchal cult into the whole you know, the whole Islamic thing. Anybody know the name? I know it was Allah. It was, what, anybody know those three male? What was it? Allah. It was three of them. It's three sisters. So my point here is there's always these particular three sisters throughout ancient mythology. Well, when these particular entities came out, they said we were entities of what we call pre-creation entities that used to rule prior to creation. And we have been locked outside of creation for millions of years. And now we're resurfacing back on Earth. I didn't get the transmission. The sister from Los Angeles, California got the transmission, and then other sisters channel to these same entities and stuff, so now they are part of everything. So when the motherfuckers hit me in my tube, the three sisters, Otisha, Tiesha, Shayola came. And when these three sisters came, they used the alcohol as a doorway. We're talking about alcohol here. And so when the brother like, man, you're talking alcohol, because now, you know, because now the whole health kick shit is a religion for most motherfuckers now. You know, we got people that sit around now because they're on their little oat grass, or they wheat bran, or they whatever little shit they're on, and they sit around now, the only thing they do is talk about what other motherfuckers eat. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck has that got to do with any damn thing? Then you got some motherfuckers thinking if you're not eating a certain goddamn what I'm saying? But the point is, they're like, oh, the alcohol, you know, who gives a fuck? That's a pride. I don't smoke and I don't drink. Who gives a shit? Like that's some kind of goddamn attribute. I don't smoke and I don't drink. But see, we're using this because we're still thinking about religion and moralism. And this has nothing to do with moralism. There ain't no God up in heaven gonna judge you. You want to get that shit straight with all of you Hemmitt people. Oh, they're gonna wear your heart if your heart don't weigh. And the shit is a metaphysical thing. It ain't got nothing to do with no heart and no goddamn fella on no motherfucking scale. Talk about the goddamn heart chakra, and it has nothing to do with what you have done in the physical. Now, anyway, this particular science, as far as when it comes to the alcohol here is, whenever you mix the brown and the light together, that's a form of alcohol. And there's actually two continents now, because you got your gin, then you got your Canadian, which is North America. You see, and there's another one that comes up in a few minutes. I'll give you that one. But those particular ones, when you mix it, you got to call on the three sisters, Otencia, Tiacha, and Sheoga. And as a result, people have been doing this I was speaking in Charlotte, North Carolina, and a woman in her mid-70s and her husband. They got in the car and they traveled from Virginia to Charlotte, North Carolina. And she said, I'm deaf in one ear and I'm blind in one eye. And she used the elixir to heal herself. And then she called about 3 weeks later and said, I can see out of this eye and I can hear out of this ear. But you remember on the movie Stargate when the guy got hurt and they put him in his sarcophagus and this ray came and it healed him, and when he came out he said your physical body is the easiest thing to heal. Well, to give you the science on it, it's in the book of Cosmic Memory, Rudolf Steiner, Universe, Earth, and Man. Rudolf Steiner. And they talked about how when the people would get sick, they had surgery. Yes, we know that surgery does not start with the Europeans. We know we had surgery also. But a lot of things when they used to get sick, they used to just put them in this particular temple. So in so many words, it goes like this. What we found out. Just like you in the Yoruba, you find out what God is your head. Well, I'm a Bacala, I'm Legba, I'm Oshun, and all this. Well, in Kemet, whatever your head was, whether you was Aset, whether you was Anubis, whether you was Amun-Ra, whether you was Osiris, you went to that particular temple based on your astronomical, numerical, and your spiritual breakdown of what Netta said over you. So let's say you were of the goddess Hathor, the head. Then you would go to, let's say, the temple of Dendera, because the energy in you was aligned to the particular stuff that they set up as a temple to the goddess Heru or Hathor. You understand what I'm saying? So that would be your head. Let's say if you was the goddess Amun-Ra, then you would go to the temple of Karnak. Or if you was the goddess or the god Osiris, you would go to the temple of Luxor. Or if you was the goddess Iset, you would go to the temple of Philae. See how this works? It's the same thing as what they do when they break down your whole thing based on whether you Oshun, whether you Oya, whether you Yemenya. You get what I'm coming from here? In the Yoruba tradition. Well, they would do the same thing. You would go to whatever temple that you were aligned with based on your incarnation. And they would, let's say if you were sick, because it was more than just matters of just being sick. But whatever you want to do, spiritual, physical, or whatever, you would go there, and they basically, Rudolf Steiner talks about how they would put you in a room, do this particular ritual, lay you on the table on whatever they do, and the gods would literally come down and operate on you. So in so many words, when the sister told me to mix the brown liquor and the what's called, my tooth was hurting like crazy. I'm like, are you goddamn fool? Now you know me, that only supposed to occur. But I did it anyway. And immediately within 20 minutes, the pain was gone. And they repaired my mouth better than what it was 20 years before. So the elixir only acted as a doorway to heal. Now the three sisters can do amazing shit. This shit is reversing aging. This thing is doing any damn thing. Making motherfuckers' boobies get bigger. doing the implant thing on my. I'm serious business. I know this sounds crazy, but remember the movie Death Becomes Her with Meryl Streep and what's the girl? Huh? Goldie Hawn, Meryl Streep, and Bruce Willis. Well, all that was an alchemical. Some of the science of alchemy, when they went to that house and Isabella Rossellini told them to do all that, well, that's all in Death Becomes Her. Well, that's so what took place here is, now the magic here is this. The magic is not necessarily the alcohol. The alcohol has the ingredients to set up a doorway. To set up a doorway. So the magic is not just the alcohol, the magic is the three sisters that comes with it. You see what I'm saying? And it's healing, and it's a funny thing about it. Now, you might check this out. You can pour a glass of this shit, call on the three sisters, come back tomorrow and motherfucker be water. Anybody check this shit out yet? Anybody? Marilyn, did you ever do this one? So I'm gonna play it. We got people, we get in the house and we party all night and drink this damn shit. Jam the music, that plus music, which we're going to get into in a few minutes. We jam this music, and then when they get in the car, motherfuckers are sober. Shit is pH balanced. See what I'm saying? You can drink all you want. You see, why? Because what we're talking about here, I mixed together an elixir. Only thing I did was I tapped into the ancient art of alchemy. And as a result, because the alcohol was originally an alchemical science, and I tapped into the ancient art of alchemy. As a result, you see what I'm saying? When this thing occurred, we have an alchemical elixir, and then you add the gods to it. You see, you add the components of the particular entities to it, and voila, you got this thing. So this is it's just another way because what we're going to get into tonight is also a redoing of just about everything that religion say you're supposed not to do. You got to start doing. If not physical, because that might land your ass in jail. Mentally. The reality is what you can get away with. But, and I will explain, there's a reason why you must overcome all forms of moralism and all forms of piety. And you must overcome these, if not physically, mentally. So that means you don't have to go back home and announce what big drunk you are, what big hoe you are, whatever it is. That's not the point. What we're talking about here is a mentality. A mentality that you must override all forms of the physical laws that govern you in this particular aspect. And it's very key, why you have to do that. But I want to get a few other things going on before we deal with that. Now, the whole thing they just announced last week that they're going to have suicide bombers coming to America. Now, you heard this shit. They're going to have suicide bombers coming to America. They say it's something. Which proves, that's right, you motherfuckers, you know, they can't predict the weather no more. But they can tell you when somebody gonna blow up an apartment complex or a mall. Okay, they announced this, remember they had that announced on the national news. Which proves my theory of when they had the suicide bombers in Israel, I knew it was either clones or some form of the Israeli government blowing up their own places to give an excuse to wipe out the fucking Palestinians. You know how that thing go? I knew when the suicide bombers and all this kind of thing, and they started going like this every day. And then the next thing you know, they started mounting their offensive. That is because that was the Israeli government doing it in the first place. You see. And so immediately, when they said the suicide bombers was coming to America, I said, well, that proves my theory right there. That it wasn't a theory, it was the spiritual channel that this was going to happen. So we know something's going down in the United States. Now stick with me, because we got some lady shit. Remember now, right before 9/11, I came here, and the sharks was backing up everybody. Remember that? The sharks was backing up all the white folks? We see a lot of things is that now. they put me in the Kansas paper so they have something like a luncheon or some type of get-together to invite the conscious people out who knew me or who heard of me to come out in Kansas City and come out and see and just hobnob with me, and they'll set up a meeting for a future lecture. While I was down there chilling, because I got down to Kansas and didn't want to fucking leave. But the point here is, the sister was like, there's an Egyptian exhibit at the Nelson Art Gallery. So we kind of skated on it for about a week, you know, because I had missed two in Atlanta. We got to go to see the exhibit, but when we got down there, they said that we had to leave because they told us we ate lunch, and they told us it was 3 o'clock, it was too late to come into the exhibit. So I went into the little room where they have all the little books, all of the Egyptian books and stuff that they sell come along with the exhibit. And the spirit was just on me saying, you need to go see this. So I said, wait a minute, hold on one minute. Let me go and look and see what this exhibit is about. She had one little piece of paper, but when we got down there, they showed the actual companion book that comes to the exhibit. And it was the exhibit for the British Museum, the Egyptian stuff, or the Egyptian antiquities of the British Museum. So I said, oh, damn, I know I got to go with this. Okay. So the next day, we go through it. They got over 200-something pieces of this thing. And we see Ramesses. I said, well, this is enough right there, because you know, usually they have these exhibits. There'd be some sarcophagus or some motherfucker you don't know. You know, somebody, maybe from the Ptolemy period and shit, but you know, we just be happy to see that anything Egyptian. But they had Ramesses, they had a bust of King Tut, they had Akhenaten, Nefertiti, Tutmosis, the second or whatever, the great Tutmosis. So I said, this is enough right there. And they had a gold room. And then they said, well, after we went to the gold room, they said, well, next up is the room with the Book of the Dead. And I said, well, I didn't hear this what the motherfucker said. They said it was the room with the Book of the Dead. So we go in the room, and they got, literally, they only got two. They got the pyramid text, and they have the papyrus of Ani. That's what all the Book of the Dead we got is written off this one Book of the Dead that we know they have in the British Museum. Now stick with me because there's a whole shit going down, and this is some major stuff. So we go in the room, and standing before us is 4 panels of the judgment scene from the Book of the Dead. Now, understand what's going on here now. Wasn't a Book of the Dead, wasn't some rendition of something that is telling you about the Book of the Dead. No, they actually had the literal papyrus of Ani in Kansas City, Missouri. That was the Missouri, that particular part. It's Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas City, Kansas, right across the water from each other. But they had the actual Book of the Dead, and they had the judgment scene. They had the actual judgment scene on the fucking walls with Osiris, the wing of the heart, the nettles, the 22 nettles, or how many they got up there. What you've been looking at, they had the literal papyrus. And I was like, oh shit. I'm standing right here face to face with them. I said, man, this is, you know, I said, this was worth the trip. Right here, we got home, I sat on the bed, and the channel started coming. I said, oh man, I said, what these motherfuckers was trying to do. Now we know that that was a part of the British Museum for years, since they got them in the late 1800s. But remember on Montville, they tell the story about how they had this mummy going around Europe, and everybody, all these crap started dying, because all that exhibits got curses on them. And all that stuff they did got cursed on them, and they had this mummy going around Europe, and they said, get this shit up out of Europe, because it's killing people, and all kind of shit was going on, and all kind of things was going on with the actual cities that this mummy was in. So they got some fool to buy it in New York, and they put the shit on the boat, the ship it to New York, and it was a Titanic. That's the rest of the story, because it got cursed on it. So there you have it, based on this. Well, apparently, this exhibit has been going around the United States because I see what the British government was doing. The British government knew that this was the judgment scene from the book of Coming Forth by Day, the oldest book in the world. And they knew that the Mother England would still run shit. Isn't it funny who was the first motherfucker to drop the bomb when they started bombing over there in Afghanistan or whatever? Was it British? The fucking Britain dropped the bomb on the people in Afghanistan because that's still the father. That's still the Mother England. They still run shit. Don't they buy each person's birth certificate? The church, the Bank of England buys each person an American birth certificate. When you born, you heard that stuff. Jordan Maxwell and all that talk about all that. And your straw man and that whole shit everybody's talking about, but they buy each person's birth certificate when they're born. So basically, England could not have the book of Coming Forth by Day on British soil. So they shipped that shit over in America during the millennium. Not 2000, but 2001. And this thing has already been in Toledo, Ohio. It was in Memphis, Tennessee, the whole 9/11. Then this shit was right here in Brooklyn, in the Brooklyn Museum. But it was interesting because the exhibit is real quiet. They don't really make a big deal out of it. But most people, even when it was in Brooklyn, most people here didn't even know that the Book of the Dead was up in this motherfucker from October to dawn February. Now, it's in Kansas City, Missouri now, all the way to July the 7th, and then it goes to San Francisco from August the 10th to November the 3rd. You see, then it comes to the Minneapolis Institute of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Then it goes to Chicago, Illinois, but it won't get back to Chicago until April the 16th of next year, and then Baltimore of September the 21st. So the point I'm trying to make here is they got this thing going around the country because they know that they know, number one, they cannot have that papyrus of Annie in the mother country that runs all this shit during the millennium. That's why the first date was March the 2nd, 2001. That proves that the millennium was 2001. They could not have this thing in the head honcho's country during that particular time. So they said, what? Ship that motherfucker to America. Because they already know judgment is on all the European powers. But the one that got me to stick it to the most is America is the final jumping off point. And ever since 2001, all hell been breaking loose. But the point I'm trying to make here is, do you understand the concept of the papyrus of Annie, which it also goes into the thing about the book, the Zealotard I talked about, where the guy said that our only hope is some black Masonic group in America. In the book, the Zealotard book, what's the guy named? Mark Hetzel. Mark Hetzel's book, the Zealotard. And then there's another on the internet last summer 2000, they said that the Africans in America are the heirs to the earth. I got it someplace, but I think it's on the last tape I did here, and I give the internet number. The point I'm trying to make here is, this is major stuff for that actual stuff to actually be going down at this particular time. This is major. Now this is interesting here, a couple of things here. Here's a book called The Big Book of Conspiracies. And this is a book talking about the death of Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and the conspiracy of how the government and everybody killed Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and Kennedy and all different types of conspiracies, but yet this is coming from the comic book store. You see, if you can't find it, just get with the sister from the newsletter, because they might be able to pick it up and you can get one by way of Arthur Sockers also. But this is coming from the comic book store, and this is one of the conspiracies where they're talking about killing Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. Huh? Not comic strip, comic book store, not comic strip. I mean, that's the newspaper. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yeah, I thought you was talking about the pogo and the funny shit and the funny thing or whatever. No, yeah, it is. But my point here, remember, it was all, and I've been talking about this before, and I remember I was here at UAM, I was saying about the comic books, and people started laughing, and Leonard Jerker was in the back of the room, and I said, they got your motherfucking ass in the comic book too, and read the shit to him in the comic book. And remember the movie Unbreakable, where Samuel L. Jackson said, shit, everything you want to know, you need to read the fucking comic books. In the movie Unbreakable. Well, so this is the stuff coming from the comic book stories. You see? From the comic book story. This is called The Big Book of Conspiracies. By Doug Monarch. Monarch. And you can get this particular book you can get this particular book. If you can't find it, you can also get this book from call the people down there at the Serious Times. Because I don't know how many they have in these stores or whatever the deal is, but they might be able to get it for you. Now, moving right along. Now, this is interesting because now, during the same time of 9/11, this shit comes out. Remember about the black hole? Now, they announced the black hole. What was that, Thursday? Huh? Yeah. The Thursday I know it went into the black hole in May, but they announced the black hole. You gave me the paper a couple of days, I think that Thursday. I think it came out on the Thursday before 9/11. They announced about the black hole in all the major newspapers. Well, during the same time, this article comes out of Stormy magazine face to face with the black hole, with the same black hole in the Milky Way core. Now stick with me, because this shit here has got real funky. Real funky. As you know, which was the same one in the Stubble magazine, 1998. But during 9/11, in October, you know, when it comes out, if the magazine comes out by October, it comes out damn near the 1st of September. You know. So here it is, October magazine, around the time of 9/11, this shit breaks. Where they so-called taking pictures and different things like this, taking readouts and all this on this particular black hole that we supposedly had really entered into on May the 21st, 2001. Well, this was a year later, which was what? When was the 21st? Last Wednesday or Thursday? What was it? Last Tuesday. Last Tuesday. Oh, that's somebody else's sheet. Okay. Last Tuesday was a year since we went into the particular black hole, and here it is again. There was another entity that came out, which I'm going to in a few minutes. The entity came a month. The entity came 3 weeks before and told me where to find him in a book. The same entity is dealing with the black hole. It was the same sister from California. She said, you got a green book on your shelf, and it's got that motherfucker in there, the black hole intelligence. I said, oh shit. So and I looked over the shelf, I said, I know exactly what you're talking about because I've been reading on it for years. Then the entity came Tuesday and gave its name and said, we need to call on its name. It's L-A-V-A-D-O. Gotta pronounce it right. Lavado. Now, I don't want to say Lavado because the first thing a motherfucking nigga will be saying is Bobby took Movado to watch. Movado to watch and it made him a goddamn entity out of this shit. Time out for fooling motherfuckers now. You know. Then you fuck around and see me all like now and shit, you know why, or whatever the deal is. But that ain't happening. So it's not, it's L-A-V-A-D-O, Lavado. Not Lavado, because the next thing you know, motherfucker be talking about Movado to watch. Lavado. Lavado is a new name of the, what they call the emperor needs a new name. It is the new age name of an old energy that you know of as Leviathan. Same thing, the face upon the waters. Now stick with me. Okay? So, stick with me. I want to just get this stuff going down. Want this stuff going down. This is just want to cover a few things. And then we'll get into other stuff right now, but I just want to leave out nothing. Just want to deal with a couple of things. Summer solstice. So, already announced the suicide bombers. You see, that means that they will definitely do something this summer or whatever. Remember, distraction is the #1 key to the government. Okay? So now they got the people in this type thing here, where they say, did Bush know? You see, this is a form of mind control. If they can distract you, they can keep you from dealing with some stuff, that you're supposed to be dealing with in this particular summer solstice. You see, now we know they already have a major lineup, a major alignment. Got to know about the major alignment. When was that? Last month? Or whatever the deal was, the late major alignment. You see, that's very key because whenever they come out and start telling on themselves and stuff like that, you know, that's the way they do things. You see, so they're going to give you this, they're going to give you Robert Blake is killing his motherfucking wife. Now, he is a motherfucker. OJ was innocent and was allegedly accused of his wife shit. You know what I'm saying? They had that nigga running down the freeway the next day, or the next 2 days. And this cracker, he killed his wife, and they gave him the benefit of the doubt for damn near a whole year. Ain't that a bitch? You know, he kills his wife, they give him the benefit of the doubt. Nigga, they got him hauling ass down the freeway, what, 2-3 days later? You see what I'm saying? So now, the whole thing here is, they got a whole lot of mind control shit that's going down. That's the way this particular thing goes down. You see, it's always this particular mind control, because one of the keys here, if you want to get into the study of this particular part right now, you need to get in and get the book that came out in 1996 called The Mysteries of the Sphinx. The one by Robert Bouval. Somebody give me a cup. Somebody give me a cup. You know, give me a cup. Yeah, good, you got some of them. I see you ain't giving us that big cup there. I know what's up in that motherfucker. Now, the key here is you need to get Robert Bouval's book and Graham Hancock's book, The Mystery of the Sphinx. That's the name of it. Came out in 1996. And now you get it on paperback. And you need to read the chapter on the journey of the Harvest King. That's the chapter you need to read. Because there's major stuff going down. And more than likely, the way things are going on, we're in the year of Maya based on double zeros and double twos. You see. Double zeros, double twos. Got it? So, you need to get that particular book to try to understand that there's some particular point in the spring that the so-called Harvest King makes his journey to his father's kingdom of Osiris in the Twat, or the Twat, which is the level of the underworld. In this particular case, in the physiological aspect, it's going to be your particular Kundalini energy in the base of your spine making its way to the journey in the resting place, going through the heart chakra, but in the final resting place of the pineal gland. That is the whole physiological, metaphysical aspect of the journey of the Harvest King. But we're still talking about during the time of the summer solstice. You see what I'm saying? So all this shit coming on. You turn to this NBC, ABC, and CBS News at 6:30. It's a case study of what they're going to do. You know, and be on the lookout. These motherfuckers ain't never been so sure of this, all this stuff is supposed to go down, but nobody don't know shit doing 9 damn 10. You know what I'm saying? Nobody knows nothing. All of a sudden they know all the shit that's going down and how it's going down. That is because we're talking about mind control. You see, because they got to distract you because it is very key at this particular time because there's 700 miles off the coast of Florida that tells you different. This ain't no motherfucking shit because remember they had that big thing floating out in space. That was intelligence. This big black area, this big black shadow, this stuff they talked about for years. And all of a sudden that shit is on the Florida coast. Off the Florida coast. But we've also found in the book of the day. We'll get to that in a few minutes. So this is very key. Now, what we're going to deal with here is a series of things to line up the physiological kundalini in the body, along with the black water, mysterious black water, in the ocean off the Florida Keys. Anybody heard about this shit? Nobody heard about this. How many people heard about the black water? You have one, two, they kept this shit real quiet. Most of the place on the internet, but we do have the internet article. You think we can still get that? Because we do have the internet article, one of the best ones. What's this one? Is another one? Okay. All right. Okay. Today, we have baffling black blob floating near Florida. Now, this is coming from the CNN website, CNN.com. Baffling black blob floating near Florida. That's what the damn shit says on the .com thing. Floating near Florida, March 27th, 2002. And that's on the CNN aspect, so you're gonna www.com black blob floating near Florida, March 27, 2002. That will give you the access to it on the internet, and we have, what is this? One conspiracy equation. Is this it? This the wrong one? Oh, okay, okay, I see. Yeah, okay. Oh, this motherfucker done burst into flames.
Yeah, and then we have discussion, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, that's interesting too, because there's a part of that too, a part of this particular lesson. How much time we got?
You want to take a break? About another 2 hours? 3 hours?
No, about 2-3 hours?
Yeah.
When you want to take a break?
Want to take it now?
You want to take it now?
Yeah, we'll break now.
Okay, take a break now.
Right.
Get some water. Come back.
Put your hands together for Bobby Hemmitt.
We got 3 hours. We just started this shit. We gotta go now.
Just put one more piece of tape.
Fuck. Okay.
All right, here's part 2, Bobby Hemmitt.
All right. God damn. Well, I guess I'm going to have to talk a little loud. See, if we had a microphone, we'd been good to go. Yeah, I know. I got it right here. Yeah. I don't know, man. What you think? And then they got the nerve to be playing some goddamn Waylon Jennings bullshit or something. Huh?
It's from the camera, their drones outside, because the drones from their country, the students from their country is a Sheba Stella.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, do they know about that, though? Oh. Okay. I guess we can do that. All right. This is fitting because we'll go into this particular part right now. Because what I was going to talk about was there is something that happened to me. A couple things happened to me. You ever heard of ear candle? And that's where the people take the candle and candle out your ears with this cone. Anyway, I had my ears to be candled out, and this particular ear here, the sister said that that they candled out this guy's ear to get the wax out and all, and they did 5 candles, and he was damn near deaf. Well, I could hear I could hear out the ear fine. It just was annoying because it just had that heavy feel when it stopped up. So she candled out, and it took damn near 13 times to candle the damn ear out. But apparently when she candled it out, I could hear the cells and everything in my body. I could hear just damn near the cells in my body. Now, wait a minute, hold on. Is this going to interfere? Huh? What? You see? They just testing the equipment? Yeah, because I just want to, you know. Okay, cool. Because I'm wondering. I mean, because if there was a party, they'd have to pick some better music than that shit. I might can get into the groove. But anyway, once she candled out my ear, I found out that I could hear almost the cells in my body one night. I could hear my heartbeat. I could hear shit in my feet. And after a while, when the ordeal happened, I decided to go in and do some research to try to find out. I said, it's got to be something that's very sacred and very spiritual about this whole ear thing and about the hearing thing. And so I went in and I went through my whole library and stuff, and I had remembered over the years that if there was a lot on the ear, I would have caught it. But, so, I went, what is the door doing propped open? Well, that's even worse. Okay, yeah, oh, yeah. So I said, well, if I remembered through the years of all the study, if there was something that was about the ear that was so important, I would have gotten it in my study, because I do remember in the book of Thoth, Aleister Crowley's book of Thoth, which is the last book he wrote, in there when it was talking about Horus and the Horus lock, that he said that the Horus lock represented something that is inside of the ear called a Barahadna chakra, or Bararandra chakra was the name of it. And he said it was the highest level of Akasha spirit, which is melanin, Akash, black substance, the Akashic records. It was the highest level of Akasha spirit. And that's what this particular Horus lock represented, was something in the inner ear. Now this is the only piece of material I got from Crowley that I got, and I went through everything I had, and and over the years, and what made me go through the entire library was the simple fact that out of 10 years of study, I never got anything out of these particular metaphysical books on the ear. But yet, Crowley in his book of Thoth has such a profound statement in the card, the Fool, which is a tarot card, and he talks about the baby Harpocrates. As you know, the baby with the thumb in his mouth is the baby Horus. You know him as the baby Jesus. But in Christianity, he's the baby Jesus. But in Hemmitt, he's the baby Horus, or Heru. In Rome, he's Cupid. And in Greece, he's Eros. He's Eros. So he talks about this harpocrates in that particular Horace lock that you see that they wore in Hemmitt, and the Jews is fronting, the white Jews is fronting and wear that little thing. But he said it had nothing. He said it had something to do with, that was trying to indicate something in the ear. And I said, this is such a profound statement. Why can't I find anything in any of my material on the ear? And I had remembered that Richard King talks about how he studied or was studying the professor. Remember he said he was studying a professor. No, a professor said that the pineal gland had no significance whatsoever. Then he walked across the yard, because he was in college, and he walked across the yard to the library and went in the library and found a whole volumes of the same professor talking about the significance of the pineal gland. So I know when there's something that's not, I know when there's something that is not in their corner or something that doesn't relate to them, they omit it. So you can get thousands of these metaphysical books and hardly nothing on the pineal gland. You see, and it's interesting, but yet the person who wrote on the pineal gland more than anybody other than the black thing was Hilton Hotima. In all of his books, he basically lays out the pineal gland in all of his books. Hilton Hotima's books. And he writes on the pineal gland more than anybody. Now it's interesting. So when we know whenever, they got all these books on alchemy, Kundalini, there's 10, 12, 13 books in print right now on the Kundalini, hardly none when it comes to white people on the pineal gland and the metaphysical aspect. So whenever something does not work on them, they omit it. So I said, here it is again. They're omitting this whole inner ear thing. I said, it's got to be a key to the ear. So I said, well, damn, in that case, only person I can go to is Richard King. So I go to African Origins of Biological Psychiatry, his first book, his major book to this day, and on page 42 or something, but look in the index, inner ear nucleus. And he said that the inner ear nucleus is the doorway to the temple. So this is one of the great mysteries, is the doorway to the temple. He also goes and says that it is from the inner ear nucleus that develops eyesight. But clearly, the doorway to the pineal gland and the mystery and one of the secrets to the pineal gland is the inner ear nucleus, which is very key. Because for the last 10 years, the government has made sure that most music that we hear now, from compact disc or CD, does not permeate to the inner ear melanin. So you can hear something, but not necessarily hear it. You see, not necessarily hear it. So the inner ear nucleus or the inner ear melanin is one of the great mysteries to melanin. Now, remember I talked about before about the LP and how the album, they had to stop making the LPs, although you can get stuff in the LPs or the albums. Wax became secondary and almost out of production in America in the 1990s because they needed to do a hologram with the inner ear nucleus. They need to put a hologram, which compact disc, you can hear something, but not necessarily hear it because it is a hologram. Now stick with me because this is very important, because one of the keys here is that all across the country, I don't care where you go, I don't know about New York, but I know in most countries, black nightlife has taken a plummet from the 1990s on into the 2000s. Black nightlife is nothing what it was in the 80s and even the 70s and the 60s, whatever. The party that we used to have, you see what I'm saying, is hardly nothing but white nightlife is striving all over the United States. White people are partying now, but black people, it's hardly nothing. And we know that most of the music we hear now is not even music at all, in the aspect of there's something that does not permeate to the inner ear. Now this is central and essential when it comes to melanin. Because a part of those three sisters, which is those entities, the other flip side of that is that the muse is nothing but components of melanin. You get the word the muse, you get museum, you get amuse. All this is called creative physics, which is central when it comes to melanin. This is why they started in the 1950s. They killed Sam Cooke, took him out. This was a conspiracy that started from the 50s, right after they synthesized melanin, discovered melanin at Yale University. The first thing they went after was they took Sam Cooke out. They shut out Jackie Wilson for being one of the key components to rock and roll. And Elvis Presley, if you really listen to Elvis Presley, he copied Jackie Wilson to the T. They took out, do you know that, and even Sister Hatshepsut did some, broke this to me, that they took Nat King Cole out because they said if Frank Sinatra was going to be the king of that type of era's music, Nat King Cole had to die. Took Nat King Cole out. Now here it is, you got John Coltrane, who has a spiritual epiphany, goes into Eastern philosophy, integrates it into his music, and then he gonna come down with goddamn cancer? Once you go on the holy site and you blowing this type of horn and you integrate it to the spirit, that's the least thing gonna happen. All of a sudden, he just ends up dead all of a sudden. You see what I'm saying? And it's always one of the male dominant figures that they was thinking would be a messianic aspect, because they understand that both Shiva, in India it's Krishna. Krishna has a magical flute. In Greece, or Etruscan, Dionysus puts people into trance with a lyre, or this thing, which is a smaller harp type thing. And an earlier form of Dionysus is the Pied Piper of Pan, who puts people into trance. And basically what they're talking about, the metaphysics of both of these spiritual messianic figures using the muse. The mysteries of the muse. Now, so the next thing we know, Otis Redding gets killed. Plane falls right out of the sky. Get Neil Wilgerson's book Luminoids, where they talk about how all these planes just fall right out of the sky. That was the #1 shit they did in the 60s. Motherfucker plane fall right out of the sky. But they're still doing that. Ask Mickey Leland and Ron Brown about that shit. You see what I'm saying? Anytime they got a plane crash, there's always some major people that go down in these plane crashes. You see what I'm saying? So they take your boy out. They take, and the ones that they don't take out, they destroy the character. So here you have Isaac Hayes come up, because it's always, and the concept here is to always dethrone the dominant masculine black figure. You see what I'm saying? Mainly dark skin. If not dark skin, if he's a dominant masculine figure that can move the feminine energy. You see what I'm saying? Because Dionysus comes from the cult of the feminine. He has women around him. Osiris, you see Osiris chilling with 2 babes. You see what I'm saying? Shiva has women around him. Not because they're ruling over the women. The women bring their hero. You see what I'm saying? They bring their hero as the cult of the feminine. That's one thing about it, is that they even tell you about the pimp game. Even the pimp game, what they talk about, the black pimp, was a system that he basically was a police force for the women. When they was out there, they knew if they was out there freelancing by themselves, they'd have more rapes, more murders and all that. So if it was the pimp that they had out there was a police force, you would be reluctant to mess with some of the prostitutes if you know they didn't have a pimp. And that's one of those same games. It's just like they say about the black preacher. The black preacher is there because the black woman puts him up there. And C. Freeman L. talks about the metaphysics of that. The black preacher is not the champion of the church because he's just a dominant figure and he can lord over women. It is the black woman that chooses that man to go in the fucking pulpit. And that's the way it goes. It's always been that way. You see, now going back, because you got to understand the science of, because whether we look at it on one aspect, there's always a metaphysical or spiritual aspect that's going on also. So in the cult of the feminine, when they talk about this champion, which if it's a male champion, he's always the champion for the cult of the feminine. Get the book Robert Johnson's Ecstasy. Robert A. Johnson's Ecstasy. A must read, because we're dealing with a lot of the ecstasy stuff. You see what I'm saying? Dealing with the whole Dionysian mythology. That's the stuff that you got to study now, because that's the stuff now that there's a fight against right now is the Bacchanalian realm. The word Dionysus is Osiris. In Kemet is Dionysus. In Greece is Bacchus. In Rome, in the word Bacchus, you get the word Iccus, and the word Iccus is translated as Jesus. They just took the Jesus shit and homogenized him, pasteurized him, and basically made him devoid of the women, except Mary Magdalene, that whole 9 yards. You see what I'm saying? So they just basically took a sublime mythology and they took most of his bacchanalian aspect about it, which is the divine indulgence. Now that's what we're telling people right now at this particular time, is you have to go against moralism and you must indulge. So they ain't worried about it because they know that most black women are pious. You don't want to be called a hoe. You don't want to be called the one that express yourself. That's why you up in the church. You are fighting against this and all because they have trained you, they have made you into the Puritan, the Pilgrim. You see what I'm saying? The pious type of pious type of woman that the European was. You see what I'm saying? The European is getting their freak on. You know, they're indulging in all the other stuff, and you looking at that, calling that freaky. But yet, when you go back and study the actual aspect we're not talking about, out of order here, what we're talking about here is the expression of called creative physics, or the muse. We are not letting go to the muse, and the Europeans are not letting go to the muse because they freed up. We'll go into that in a few minutes. But the key here is, going back, now listen to this because this is all science, on the aspect of the creative expression that went into what is called the cult of the feminine. The male that they had in the ancient world was a champion bringing back the feminine realm of the cult of the feminine. So as a result, they know that they can track this now whenever they see a black male that can move large crowds of women. So it's all right for the preacher, because the preacher is damn shutting motherfuckers down, telling you that you are evil for being anything other than a fucking nun. So he don't count. You see. But when it comes to the singer, so you have people like Isaac Hayes. They had to destroy his character. He was a big black bald head man. Black Moses had the chains on and all that shit, you know. Next thing you know, he bankrupt. But he got out from getting killed. They let what's the name go, and they figured he was too fat. Your boy, Barry White. They said, oh, you know, certain things don't register. So they take, but he was cool, but you know what I'm saying? He was cool and shit, but he a big 300-pound motherfucker, so they're looking for a certain Dionysian energy. So then you have, your boy had to go, Marvin Gaye. Because he took it to the next level, talking about sexual energy, which is the sexual healing and sexual tantra. So they took Marvin Gaye out. Then you got these, but before they took Marvin Gaye out, they put damn Teddy Pendergrass in the wheelchair. Because even though his private life might have been, we detect a hint of mint. His and having them all-male concerts and The Voice. He was like one of the ultimate Dionysian figures. So he had to go. You see what I'm saying? So they had to shut him down. Then to come the 80s, you get like Prince and Michael Jackson. These are such androgynous figures. You understand what I'm saying? So they can just let them do what the hell they want to do. You understand what I'm saying? You can let them do what the hell they want to do. Luther slipped past because the first part of that kind of stuff, you know, he was the Jerry Curl man, and he was like, what you call it, and then he got skinny all of a doggone sudden and all, you know, and all, but somehow he got past he got past a certain amount of, he got past a certain thing and was able to survive when they was killing people. This is, what I'm trying to say here, this is a major science. Don't let nobody fool you. Why is it that all these mass figures that go to a certain level other than Prince and Michael Jackson, who was these androgynous type figures who don't fit the motif of that Osirian energy or that Shiva energy? You know, Prince had it all there. You understand what I'm saying? He was just too motherfucking short with some high heels on. You see? So he didn't fit. You see what I'm saying? The major structure, mainly a dark-skinned male. That's the reason, you know, because that fits more in more of the African motif. You understand what I'm saying? You know, and so, you know, Luther became a suave motherfucker later. You see what I'm saying? But by that time, you knew Luther's damn preference. You see what I'm saying? After he lost weight, it was years everybody knew Luther was goddamn gay. You know what I'm saying? You know, but by the time Luther lost all the weight, Luther came out with a song, The Power of Love. Real powerful song. It's the only one, he went for 10 years and was top of his game. And never won a Grammy. They wouldn't give that nigga no Grammy for shit. And he come out with The Power of Love, was a powerful song and a powerful album, and they gave him a Grammy. But by that time they had gone in and they had cut down on the range of the actual music. As far as they had, most of that came out on CD by 1991. And then I got an LP, and the LP is cut low. I'm going to give you the science on this. You got to stick with me on this one. Now, so he comes out, it's the only one he get a Grammy on. By that time, the CD is out, and so they can control the music a certain way. But it was years before he was a suave person, you know what I'm saying? You know, on that thing. So somehow he got past the actual science. But the point I'm trying to make here is they have always made sure that the image of, especially the black male, when it comes to singing, because they understand, because why? Because this is an illusion. It doesn't exist. If this is the matrix, all the stuff you've learned, then that means that the muse have to be the key to it, or one of the essential parts of whoever is singing in your ear. What's that, brother?
That's why they break down Kelly like that?
You know what? You might have just hit upon something. Because I mean, because remember now, he hooked back up with Ronald Isley, you know, Mr. Big. The Isley brothers, genius. Got through some things, but see, the Isley brothers, I think they had a spiritual apparatus, because remember, they didn't make a motherfucking album from 1973, from the first 3+3, with Who's That Lady, and what's that, Live It Up album, when the other three brothers got out of college and joined the group. From 3+3 to 1973 to 1983, when they did Between the Sheets, and they did those albums every fucking year. Every summer they would come out with an album. They made sure that they dedicated that album to their mother. Every last one of them albums is dedicated, as always, from 10 years. From 3+3, when they first got the other three brothers, the three members, you see what I'm saying? Until 1973, when the last Isley brothers came out, when they had all of them together, they dedicated those LPs to the mother. Then the next thing we know, the Isley Jasper Isley comes out with their three, and then the other three come out with their last one masterpiece, and the other brother dies. Old Kelly dies, and it breaks the momentum of the group. But you know, then R. Kelly comes up, and it's very interesting. I got the video though. Anybody seen this video? That's R. Kelly on that goddamn video. You see, that's R. Kelly on that video. It wouldn't have been a bad deal, but he pissed in that little girl's face. You see. So now he peed in that little girl's face. But my point here is, they always got shit on everybody. For the mere fact something is breaking like that, you understand what I'm saying? Is one thing. But it's very key that you understand that a lot of the war that's been going on, a lot of times we was thinking on like the European and his guns and his bombs, to them, they understand the science of the muse. We're going to get into that particular aspect of what this thing comes down to. The science of the muse is the messianic aspect. What's the name of the brother the book you got, the Arab, the guy, the Sufi guy that's got the thing on the mystery of music. C. Freemanel used to talk about it. Khan is his last name. It's this guy. He's a Sufi master, and he makes mention that in the future the religion will not be a religion; it will be a music. That's what it will be a music. Something Hadara Khan. Can't think of the guy's name. Anybody knows? Anybody ever heard of this? Got a book on the something Hadara Khan or something. He's a Sufi master, and he said that the new religion that will come will not be a religion, it will be a music. You see, it would be a music. Well, now, guess what? Guess what? I would have to agree with you because I witnessed something recently. Now, let's take this. You got the hip-hop thing. They tried everything in the world to destroy it with bad image and everything under attack. But there's only one problem now. The same thing that they use to attack would be the thing that topples something. Get the movie Chocolat. Anybody saw the movie Chocolat? The whole damn movie, she was mixing up that chocolate, and they was fighting against the people in the French town letting go to the muse, and she came in with that chocolate, which is melanin. Hazarat, something Akan. Hazarat, something Akan, and it's a book on the music. And he was one of the ones. Another guy, there's several books. I'll give you some names of these books in a few minutes, because your boys, Preston Nichols and Peter Moon, which did your Montauk series, Pyramids of Montauk, The Black Sun, they got out a book now called The Music of Life. You see what I'm saying? This is very key. But now, going back, in the movie Chocolat, the same chocolate, when it came into that town, the same mayor that was trying to turn everybody against this woman that was making the chocolate, he ends up in the chocolate shop eating all the chocolate and passing out. And so, in so many words, that melanin took over the town. Well, it's the same thing with the rap. Now, the reason why I say that is because I was in Atlanta. Now, this is deep south in the aspect that we are not that much different as black people, because we've always been a migration people. So we always had our roots in the South. But a cracker from the South was always different than a cracker from the North. You see what I'm saying? I'm in the deep South now. I'm in Atlanta, and I go into this record shop, and it's run by these white boys. And most of the customers that come in there are white customers. And I'm in the shop looking through 70s music, and I'm hearing this lingo, and I'm thinking, I'm in the West End area where the black people hang out, and I'm looking at all white people. And they got white people by the thousands all over the country that they don't know nothing but hip-hop culture. They got groups of white people, white children, that grew up between anywhere from 1985 to now, and all they know from the dress and to their whole thought pattern is the hip-hop culture. And I'm looking at this shit, I'm like, goddamn, I would never see the day that the South would be overturned. The Southern white, ain't no niggas coming in the University of Alabama, George Wallace type shit, whereas you got, and I'm quite sure if it's that rampant down in Atlanta, what can that motherfucker be in New York? I'm talking about white children that, I see this shit. And I'm trying to say, no, this ain't true. I'm talking about white children, their whole mindset ain't up at hip-hop. The culture, everything. They don't consider themselves, they consider themselves a part of the hip-hop culture. So my point here is we're talking about a force that's so powerful that it is taking the globe. So even that particular aspect that happened. Now, going back, there was a fight to destroy this dominant culture of the muse. As a result, one of the aspects is the whole hip-hop thing that I've seen happen, but this is another key. Now, this is another key on what's really going on. The inner ear melanin is very key. Now, when my ear got cleaned out, I went kind of crazy. I mean, I was obsessed with sound, so I went from something like 4 speakers to 9 speakers to 11 speakers to 12 speakers, and then I messed around and hit 14 speakers and blew out my damn system. Shouldn't have fucked with them 14. 13 was the magical number. So I said, no, I got to go get more wattage. So I had to go up. You see, so I had to go, and that 100 watt shit ain't doing it. And this was 200, and I blew that shit out. So I had to go up a level. I had to go up a level and all. But I'm going to give you the science on that. Now listen. So then starts the journey. I go up a level. Broke nigga like me, I said, oh shit. So I called the sister up from Kansas. I said, well, my life is over. I mean, I got priorities here. I don't have to pay the gas bill. I don't have to pay rent. But I got priorities here. My goddamn music comes first and foremost. You know, I'm a true nigga now. The gas bill and that motherfucker can wait. Hell, the phone mic can wait. But you know now, goddamn now, you fucking with my levels. You black man radio. So I got priorities here and shit, you know what I'm saying? I might be out the door the next day. The sheriff might come put my shit out on the street. You see what I'm saying? But I said, man, my life over. I said, shit, my music gone. Because I got like 5,000 albums of all the stuff from the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, all the 70s, and all the 80s and stuff, but especially the 70s. Just about everything. So this is when the ordeal happens. So I got to go. So I said, well, shit. So she's sending my money. I said, I'm going to go get me some new shit. I go up to damn Circuit City or whatever the deal is. They give me 700 fucking watts. I said, that's the kind of shit I need. I said, yeah, that's the shit right. I need some shit to push some stuff. Okay, now this is the science. They give me 700 watts. The mystery here is that you can override the CD if you get you a graphic equalizer. That's the mystery to this shit. But the way they're coming now here is they're making sure now the new ones, they don't have tape 2 monitor. So even the ones, I need phono because I'm pushing the LPs and the CDs, but basically LPs. So I'm in the house. But they made sure that I don't get tape 2 monitor. You see, they're cutting that out, so you can't hook the equalizer up to it. You see what I'm saying? With the new stuff. Now, so some of it don't have phonos no more, you know. And then some of it now, to make sure they don't get the equalizer, because come to find out, you can override the CD and get your variables if you got a graphic equalizer. The key is the equalizer. And the more levels on the equalizer, the better. So you need tape 2 monitor, you need a phono if you can to get back in the LPs, and you need, if you got the CD, you at least need the graphic equalizer. So they're taking all that out. But see, now they got all the Dolby Logic, and they got Hall, Symphony, Jazz, and they got all this stuff preset for you. Then the guy said, no, don't worry about that because we got a built-in equalizer. But see, the key here is they are predisposing you, or they are presetting the level that they want you to hear. So So even so, if you got an equalizer where you can take your hand and tune up your own ranges, if they got a built-in equalizer, and mainly the built-in equalizer is based on the new shit now is computer. You ain't got that goddamn remote control. You locked out about 20 different variables. Because the buttons on the front ain't got but 4, 5, 6 buttons. And they got about 20 different damn options, and if you don't have the remote control, you locked out of the shit. But even if you got the built-in equalizer, they say, oh, well, you know, we're not making the equalizer now because we got built-in equalizer, but the thing about it is this here. They are dealing with something here where they have set something for you because they don't want you to take something and prearrange the inner ear melanin. That's the key. So, even if you get the new stuff with the phonos now, the equalizer, whatever, especially the one with the phono, now what they're doing is they're making sure that whatever goes in the system, whether you got phonograph or whatever, it's still going to come out their synthesized way so it don't hit the inner ear melody. So they're making the systems now so if the shit goes in, it's still going to come out the way they want it to be preset for you because they don't want the music to get to the inner ear melanin. But the key here is a graphic equalizer. The more levels you got, the better. You see what I'm saying? The better. Then you jump on them goddamn 3 sisters, and you got it. Now, they start dealing with the sound, and in the late 90s, they came out in the movie theater. They had THX, Dolby System. They had about 4 or 5 different sound systems in the movie theater. And then all of a sudden, in 2000, you go to the movies is turned down real low all of a sudden. I said, damn, wait a minute. Some of these movies is based on dialogue. Why the motherfucker shit is turned down low? But yet, I remember in 1998, 1997, they were introducing all this THX and Dolby surround sound and all that stuff in the theaters and stuff. And the stuff was almost like dramatic. You know, they had all this stuff in the speakers. And I'm sitting up in the theater, and they got speakers all around the fucking theater. But yet you can't hear nothing because they got the shit turned down low. That's because in 1990 they know this music's getting ready to open up, and the stuff is getting ready to open up into you, and they're saying, turn down the fucking sound. Turn down the sound. You see what I'm saying? And don't let go of the muse. That means now, the time now is for indulging. So whatever shit to get you high, you need to be doing it. Because now is the time. Smoking herb, drinking liquor, all the shit that the goddamn church and all these motherfuckers with the grass and the tofu motherfuckers telling you not to do, you need to be doing. And lots of busting the nut. Now, very key for the sisters, because this is key. The sisters who do not have a male, and the sisters who have a male who ain't delivering. 3-minute man. Not going down long enough. Eating at the Y. Long as I got a face, you got a place to sit. Motherfuckers who ain't doing that kind of shit. The alternative now is not woman art thou loose. The woman, this is one of the keys now, because it's not in the metaphysical books, but you got to understand this shit here, because when they don't put some stuff in this, what you're supposed to be doing. Now, we can't do this because just like they said in the book on the Tao of Sexuality, that when God was handing out the energy level to the males, we come up inferior to that, not unless we transcend to the Dionysian level. You see what I'm saying? But the key here now, I'm talking this mystery to the women. And even if you got a man, this has nothing to do, this is not infringing on black malehood whatsoever. Now listen to the science on what I'm trying to tell you here. Masturbation is the key for the black female. Now, I'm not saying you can go and you can get with your goddamn nigga all you want. Listen to where I'm coming from here. We're talking some metaphysical shit here now. In the book Modern Sex Magic by Donald, what's my man name? Not Donald Tyson. That's a Sexual Alchemy. That's one I want you to get. Sexual Alchemy by Donald Tyson and Modern Sex Magic by Donald Michael Craig. It's a woman in the back of the book. Modern Sex Magic is edited by Donald Michael Craig. There's several writers. The one you want to deal with here, you need to read the chapter called Orgasmic Magic. This shit is central. I'm going to break this shit down in a few minutes. Orgasmic Magic by Linda Falario. It's in the back of the book. Orgasmic Magic. You want to read that chapter on Orgasmic Magic, and you want to read a chapter in there. Go in the index of Dynamite, and you need to read the chapter on the G-spot. This is very key. It's called the Grafenberg spot, named after the doctor who so-called found it. You see, he always finding shit, but the G-spot. This is a metaphysical thing. In order for you to get to this particular level, a lot of the books, they omit this thing because it's a feminine thing and they don't want you to know. Masturbation is the key. And it has nothing to do, if you ain't got no man, then you should be happy because you need to find out some shit to do. This is some metaphysical shit. Now listen to me. For the sisters, you see what I'm saying? Because we just can't be choking our chicken and shit. You see what I'm saying and all, you know. That leads to ejaculation. The difference between ejaculation and orgasm. Males can orgasm too. But choking the chicken, 99.9% leads to damn ejaculation. The Jackson 5 Live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Jackson Live. You see what I'm saying? Now, that ain't cool. You see what I'm saying? But masturbation, when it comes to the female, this is a metaphysical, and this is some shit they ain't telling you about. Even if you got a man. Now let me show you the science on this. So we know now that the orgasmic magic, that in the orgasmic magic, whenever you masturbate at the moment of masturbation or the moment of orgasm, whatever you want or whatever you think about, you turn that into a reality as a cosmic force. So when they talk about using the force in the Star Wars, the woman can use the orgasm and she can maximize on it if she masturbates. So even if you got a motherfucking man, but even if you don't have a man, because I talk the sex change thing and some of the sisters getting upset like, why are you talking all that goddamn sex? So I ain't got no man. No, you just got to take the masturbation to another goddamn level. You see what I'm saying? This is metaphysical now, because, and I'll explain what's going on, because like I said, the orgasm is key, it's central, and this is why all the churches has got the sister on lockdown telling you that you loose. Number two, don't think, because there's thousands of sisters that's going celibate because they equate fucking a nigga that has to go along with relationship. Not necessarily so. This is not the polyandry way of pre-dynastic Kemet. That means if you a sister, get yourself on the level where you can fuck a nigga and don't necessarily have to be in a relationship with him. Because that's what they want you on lockdown. Or if I can't have there's thousands of sisters, man, going so. If I can't, just so Romeo shit. If I can't find right off in the sunset with a motherfucking nigga, I might as well be celibate. What good is that shit doing? That's because someone is trained. If somebody that, let's say from ground zero, if someone never trained you that every time you give up some booty, it's got to be for a meaningful relationship, you'll be like, fuck it. Every time you get horny, you go out and fuck somebody, and guess what? Because you've never been trained that, it would never come up that there's something wrong. It's just like when Asa Hilliard asked the question one time. If nobody never told you that one God was the only way, would multiple deities be wrong? And say, right about the religion, I believe in one God. What? Who gives a fuck? Like that gives a damn. cracker kicking you in the ass, you need more than one God. Any means necessary. But let's say if nobody never taught you, let's say if you never got into some religion that told you that one God, we understand the metaphysical ultimate meaning that all those different entities represent the God one and the one God, but actually it doesn't. Because there are different components. But let's say if nobody never taught you about that, would it actually be bad? No. All right then. If nobody never trained you in a matriarchal way on lockdown, on a patriarchal way on lockdown, that you getting horny and you're going to get you some good damn dick is wrong, would it be wrong? Did you stop living tonight when you fucked somebody before? Did the train stop running? Did the sun stop coming out? That means it's a figment of your imagination. But the mystery here is that the Muse, the Gunners, the Tammers, the Russers, the Osiers, the Shaktis, and the Kalas, and these primordial elixirs that's inside of you, they have to rise up, and some of the only way that they can rise up is through orgasm. So you don't have to have a man. You go and you get you a dildo. I'm telling you what the time it is. See, if you keep studying this shit here, sooner or later you're going to come in this shit that ain't going to sound like the shit that everybody else. So naturally, I'm not standing up here sounding like woman art thou loose and pious and all this kind of thing here with a white sheet over my head and I don't eat pork. I'm telling you to go get you some dildos and some shit like that. I'm doing the opposite. Wait a minute, I'm going to ask you something. If the mega preacher is telling you, to be pious and put the woman on lockdown, you got to do the opposite. You got to do the opposite. Because there is a reason why. Because the components, the stuff that is getting ready to rise. Now, let me explain what's going on here so that you understand this thing. So that you can understand this. In the book, The Lost Keys of Solomon, by Richard Barron, what's his name? Anybody know? It's a lavender-looking book. The Lost Keys of Solomon or something by Richard Barron. In there they said that the Jews in Tel Aviv, their number one thing is to stop the Lilith energy from rising up on the planet. Now that Lilith energy that's rising up on the planet is the Leviathan energy in the Bible mythology. In Kemet mythology, it's the second Aru of the energy of Sekhmet, which is called fields of blood, or what is also called the second Aru, the paradise, are called sexual heat. And in India, it's called what? The Shakti power, or the Kundalini goddess, the great dragon, the great serpent. Now, the ultimate aspect of the great dragon and the great serpent is this. Remember I talked about the Goetia. I talked about the seals of the Goetia. And I said that in the lower anus, or what they call the root chakra, you have these particular entities, or these energies. You call them demons, damians, amians, almonds, hidden substance. All this is science. But ultimately, when they rise to the pineal gland, you have 72 of these major illuminated chakras called the lesser key of Solomon, which is the most powerful key of Solomon. These are all in the root of the anus, or the root chakra, near the anus. But it's the root chakra. It's a mystical, metaphysical thing that rises to the vault of the cranium, of the vault, which is the pineal gland. Now, these particular substances in Hebrew lore is called harlots. So when you break down all this moralism shit and get to the scientific thing, these entities, now, okay, so we talk about these seals of Solomon, that's the Hebrew lore. Then they call them the Damians, the Amians, the almonds, hidden substances. You know, I've been talking about this stuff for years. Now, when you want to get into the scientific thing, in Tantra, they're called Kalis, Shaktis, Gunas, Tamas, Rasas, and these alchemical components that is in the sexual fluids. That's why you get the book, Donald Tyson's book, Sexual Alchemy. Sexual Alchemy. But those same Gunas, Tamas, Rasas, Ojas, Shaktis, and Kalis, all in a magical fluid called Kalas all together. There's different names of Kalas, Gunas, Tamas, Rasas, Ojas, Shaktis, but it's also called Kalas. In those particular Kalas, they are, in Hebrew, they're called harlots. And harlot is what? The great whore. So when the goddamn woman start fucking around, she unleashes these energies, because these latent kundalini energies can only be released through sex. Now, what happens is this. The G-spot. Find out what the G-spot is. Get the book, Modern Sex Magic. Find out where the G-spot is. Activate it. Take your finger, go up in there, boas, the suras, the nettas. Those are entities. And that's the shit that the damn government don't want you to fuck around with. That's why they had to come up with lies like AIDS and herpes and shit. But this ain't got nothing to do with white people. This got something to do with the only motherfuckers that can emit these shits is the black woman. They're called lunar fluids. And once you start playing around with that goddamn G-spot, about a month into playing around with that G, that's why you got to masturbate. And once you start doing that, you start juicing more, like juicing. Like a motherfucking blender. Right. First thing start happening is your cells start to reverse. And you start reverse aging. And it start healing your ass. I'm telling you, you motherfucker, you get sick, get on the toilet, find that goddamn G-spot, or get in the bed and fiddle around till you find the G-spot. You can get it in the damn Modern Sex Magic book, even in the book, Tracy Cox's book, Hot Sex, by Tracy Cox. That's a good book. Hot Sex. It's a pink and yellow book by Tracy Cox. Hot Sex. Get that book and fuck around with that G-spot. That is the button. That's the damn button. And once you find out what that is and you start massaging that motherfucker, that's why I say got to masturbate. There's one sister, she said, man, I done got this masturbation shit down to the point where I be getting shit and it be coming to me financial and all. She said, whenever I think about it, when I got them bust them nuts. But it's in the vaginal fluids. But once you start juicing and stuff, and that stuff start to flowing, that's the shit that they don't want you to get into. That's the stuff that they want to stop the black woman from doing, because you the only motherfucker can do it. And we ain't talking about, so they say, oh, this nigga here crazy. What about all these people out? First of all, I ain't talking about the dead niggas out here. I'm talking about the people in this goddamn room. And you don't have to have no nigga to play with that damn G-spot, because you got to find it with your finger. See what I'm saying? This is central that you understand this stuff here, because this is the stuff, because what's going to start happening, once you start finding that shit there and you start doing it, it's going to reverse the aging. If you sick, if you got some shit wrong with you, start playing with that shit, because what's happening here is those juices are those particular energies, those healing alchemical elixirs. They are in you, but they're dormant. And they're trapped, bound and trapped into torturous or hell. And you have to go to hell and unleash Satan's spawn. This is Kundalini energy. I'll give you some information on this thing here. Y'all all right? The great mystery, the Kundalini mystery, The Kundalini is Satan. I've been talking about that dark side and all that shit and all this kind of thing here. In so many words, when you break it off of the mythological terms to the scientific terms, let me know when you... Yeah, because I got to put this on here, man. Shit. The key, man. Let me... Kundalini... You asking the wrong nigga to spell. There's 1,000 books on that motherfucker. Huh? Huh? That's how much I got? Okay, look, okay, let's deal with this thing here. Because a couple other things I got to deal with. The Kundalini energy is, I've been talking about this, that is Satan, that is the serpent, that is the dragon, that is the one that's bound in hell. Well, if you take this to the physiological stuff, that's talking about bound in the root chakra. And when you break it down, it ain't no mystery, it's the doggone, these particular latent powers. That's why all the ancient religions, or all the religions of 2,000 years, they talk about evil, they talk about Satan, but they also talk about shutting down the woman. You see what I'm saying? That's why you need to say, fuck all that Islamic bullshit, and all that Hebrew bullshit, and all that old Christian bullshit, because that ain't nothing but goddamn organized homosexuality. All of it. Now, and the key here is, Satan is the Kundalini. The key here is, the Kundalini now this is one of the great mysteries also. The Kundalini means the incarnation of the feminine, which means this. If most of the black male deities like Shiva, Dionysus, and Osiris raises the Kundalini as the foundation, you shall pick up serpents as the foundation of your faith, then that means that there's a great mystery broken here, is the reason why the black man is under a scrutiny more than anybody else, and this is one of the great mysteries. Maulana Karanga almost had it when he recognized the social implications, and he said it one time a couple of years back in the early 90s. He almost had it, but there's another greater mystery. And the mystery was that on the planet Earth, there's only one person other than the woman that is a victim of sexism, and that is the black man. Because when the white man views the black man is put under the same scrutiny of sexism based on the white man's inferiority to the black man. So the black man is a victim of sexism also. That's the first key. That's the social aspect of what Maulana Karanga hit upon, and he was dead on the money. Now this is the metaphysical aspect, because you got your Val Valerian books. The last one that came out, what, Matrix 5, he's talking shit about the feminine energy. But there's a great mystery here. He's not talking about the feminine energy just because it's about the black woman, because hell, the black woman is on lockdown like a motherfucker, but yet the black man is locked up in prison. There's a great mystery here. I just broke it to you. It's coming out of the Sanskrit text. The Kundalini means the incarnation of the feminine. Now what does that mean? That means that the ultimate mystery is that the black man on the planet Earth is not only the only specimen in the universe that is a male, but he's the only male down here amongst other males that's also female. And that's why they gotta lock you down. That's why you in prison. You are in prison because you're part female based on the Kundalini energy makes you male. If this is a matrix and it doesn't exist, then what would you be? The great mystery here of the black man, other than anyone, why is it that the feminine cults, because the cult of Dionysus, you get Dio, which means Zeus, and Nisa, which is the woman who raised him, the wet nurse, or a form of his mother, Dionysus, which is mean male and female. So why is this? Because what they're trying to show you here, is the cult of the feminine that has this male to bring about as the champion of the cult of the feminine, the Shiva, Osiris, Dionysus, is because he is the champion, because the black man is the only one that is by nature. There's a difference. We're talking about energy-wise. Now, we're not talking about negating our role down there because we got different roles. You understand what I'm saying? But I didn't say bisexual. I'm talking about as far as the nature or the energy, the Kundalini energy in you makes you part female. Even John Henry Clark talked about that. See the great mystery here? That's why they got you on lockdown, because you can produce the same thing. But the key here is he only rises back to the cult of the feminine through the Shakti energy. That means we need the juices. Now, this is where we come in, because whenever you have your woman to start feeling around, get a goddamn dildo or something. Whatever it is, get some shit and learn how to masturbate. Let me explain what I'm talking about here. A lot of women never really learn their bodies in this particular culture. So what happens here is, it becomes sexual, you become a form of sexual frigidness. It's all in the book Andre Van Lysbeth's book. Andre Van Lysbeth. Book called Tantra, the Cult of the Feminine. Tantra, the Cult of the Feminine. At the end of the book, he starts talking about these female and male energies and stuff, and it was talking about the woman. Most women in Western society never truly learn their bodies. But the black woman's body is such a superior vessel. This is one of the major keys here. We in it too, brothers. But she has to open up for you to get the goods. So she don't learn her body. So what happens is this: why you don't learn your body? Because somebody teach you at a certain age that you don't supposed to be masturbating. So therefore, you get one orgasm and you go to damn sleep. So you got a lot of sisters, they get one major orgasm and that's it for them. Once they nut, that's it. You see what I'm saying? Then it's all downhill. So what it is that's because they haven't learned their bodies enough to go in and start masturbating, to take the orgasm level from one build up, to take it, so she starts getting multiple orgasms, serial multiples and compound multiples. That's all in the book Modern Sex Magic. Anybody can learn how to do it, because we also talk about how is it they got the African tribe where the girls have to learn how to wet the wall and skeet vaginal fluid on the wall. Not piss, but they got to learn how to wet the wall and skeet vaginal fluids on the goddamn wall in the African tribe. That's because they was asking, when they make in the book, Donald Michael Craig's book, Modern Sex Magic, and they talk about in the aspect of orgasm and G-spot. Go look in the book and look in the back on G-spot. They got a group of African women, and part of their rites of passage when they going into womanhood is they got to stand before a wall and wet the motherfucker up. You know what I'm saying? To wet the motherfucker up. You see what I'm saying? That'll be a motherfucker, you know, somebody get mad at you and stand in front of you and stick some shit in your eyeball. From over here. Chung. That's the real goddamn Spider-Man. That's the real Spider-Man shit. So they have to learn how to wet the wall. And I know this, see, but the mere fact that we'll see, one thing about this thing here. Religion is a disease. We are Christian creatures. So I could talk about killing, I could talk about all kinds of stuff, but as soon as I start talking about sex, it is an uncomfortable situation, and every motherfuckers up in here is either fuck somebody or know somebody who did fuck somebody, at least once in your life. Now, you know somebody done fuck somebody at least once in your life. Or you know what I'm saying? Now the key here is dealing with this particular energy. If the African girls have to learn how to skeet and wet the wall, that meant that somewhere in their rites of passage, they had to learn how to masturbate to do it. You see what I'm saying? To get past to build up one orgasm level to extend it from serial multiples, compound multiples, and that whole 9 yards where you have multiple orgasms. Now, one of the keys here is, one of the great mysteries is learning the G-spot. Because once you learn the G-spot, now where the brothers come in here is, we need to be bathed in that juice. That is the goddamn baptism. That is the Shiva energy to make you go to another motherfucking level. That's the key to this shit. That's why they don't want you fucking. You see what I'm saying? That's why they don't want you doing it, and they don't want you to indulge. But one of the mysteries here is I told you at the beginning of the lecture, you have to change your mind, because we're not talking about the people out here, we're talking about you in here. Okay? Now I'm going to go to another aspect right now. So now, you get the music thing straight, but if you can, get that graphic equalizer. Now, I'm going to go to another aspect, and that's this. Then we're going to go back to a couple other things. Just bear with me. All right. To sleep, certain neurochemical process must take place. Interfering with these chemicals consequently interferes with one's ability to sleep. Melatonin, or melanin, is a hormone released by the pineal gland during nighttime sleep, which promotes sleep. Disturbing melatonin production is a way that sleep can be prohibited. So they got the government has a conspiracy against music, against sex, and against sleep. Now, it's one thing about it. Now, you start goddamn juicing and I found this out. Start playing with that G-spot and start doing sex a lot, and then you don't need a lot of sleep. You don't need a lot of sleep. But most natural sunlight, which tell the pineal gland to reduce the melanin level. I think I came in last year and I said they had on NBC News where they told most of these major cities they got to cut off the lights a certain time of night because they're not producing enough melatonin from the pineal gland. What little melanin the white people do have, I don't, whatever. They wanted them to cut down this type of shit and they had it all on NBC News. Now, the most natural sunlight which tells the pineal gland to reduce melanin levels. At the onset of darkness, however, the pineal gland resumes melatonin production. The more insidious ways of suppressing the production involves chemicals and extreme low frequency electromagnetic waves. So all your electrical shit in your house and all. Fluoride is a substance that also accumulates in the pineal gland after being swallowed through fluorinated water. So no water, no toothpaste in that particular acid as far as fluoride. The best shit is goddamn hydrogen peroxide. Bottom fucking line. Hydrogen peroxide. Fluoride essentially crystallizes and hardens the pineal gland and disturbs its proper melatonin production abilities. ELF waves can also have adverse effects on the pineal gland as well, depending on the frequency of the radiation. Now, we got something for all this shit. The wave interference of your pineal gland reduces your levels of melatonin, culminating into insomnia. Now, we got some shit for all this. Okay, the Matrix movie came out and they gave you the red pill and told you that was the one. And then they had a blue pill and they told you your ass go back to sleep. Remember that? All right. This is one for all you goddamn health freaks out here and all you motherfucking shit here. Because you can't get to this particular realm not unless you go with pharmaceutical. Now, I explain this because one thing about it, pharmaceutical is not bad. We invented pharmaceutical. What the fuck is chemistry but pharmaceutical? And chemistry is what? Alchemy. Manipulating the forces of nature to get a leap, a mutation. That is scientific. That is what the gods do. That is what the Egyptians was about. the problem here is the white man is saying, based on his pharmaceutical industry, that we don't want nothing homeopathic, nothing natural, nothing on the herbs, because we want all pharmaceuticals. Now that's bad. You see what I'm saying? Pharmaceutical is African. That's alchemical. That's what the damn Moors was doing. That's what the Egyptians was doing. But to say all pharmaceutical because they want to goddamn rule people and make people cure the symptoms and not the cause, and tell you that you don't need no herbs or no essential oils or no nothing, no anything on a level that's natural, is one other thing. You understand? But pharmaceutical is good in the aspect that you need something. Sometimes you need something that is an alchemical production that goes beyond nature. Now, while we say this, we know we need to go to a deep level of sleep. But all the little chamomile teas and all the little valerian root and all that kind of shit, that can get you a good sleep. But what we're talking about here is not how much sleep you get, but what type of sleep you get. Now listen to me. This is very key. It's not how much sleep you get. There's a movie called The Hunger with David Bowie and Catherine Deneuve. It's a vampire movie. And the black guys in there saying, we found out about this, that all this particular stuff, it was talking about melanin, is based on sleep. Melanin is sleep, sleep is melanin. That's why they can take the melanin out of you, put it in a white motherfucker, and the white motherfucker go to sleep. That's because melanin is sleep. But sleep is another dimension and another realm. It is another gateway, and it is another plateau, and it is another civilization. But it is not based on how much sleep you get, but what type of sleep you get. And there's only one way that you can be jacked in, and that's through the pharmaceutical. The safe pharmaceutical called the blue pill. Now, all the motherfuckers up in Atlanta and around the country, no, we are doing all the health shit, mister. We the goddamn tofu motherfuckers. I said, all right then, y'all motherfuckers ain't gonna jack in. You ain't gonna jack in. And they did all that little shit, and the motherfuckers was still in the damn matrix. I said, y'all need to jack the fuck in. Because even in Russell J. Reeder's book, Melatonin, Your Body's Own Natural Wonder Drug, they said even in all the pineal production, number one, marijuana was the number one shit. The pineal gland production, the melatonin production went up goddamn 85% within 15 minutes of smoking goddamn marijuana. That's why they had to get rid of that shit from the good shit from the 70s and the blue light and the damn black light. In Russell J. Reeder's book. Now, the other thing is, they found out, they said there had to be something on the sleep, and the natural shit just ain't gonna jack you in. And one of the better ones was alcohol, but it gives you fragment sleep. What happens is you go in a sedated row, but in the middle of the shit, you wake up in the middle of the night and stuff because the alcohol wears off. What you need is some shit, and they gave it, the best stuff is called, what's that shit called? Something Dramamine? Anyway, it's the goddamn blue pill, Unisom. They showed you the blue pill on the Matrix. It is the blue pill, Unisom. That's the one you need to jack in. Now fuck around and don't jack. You can do all the hell shit all you want. You ain't gonna go to La La Land fucking with all that goddamn. I'm telling you. You need to jack the fuck in. It's safe. All the motherfuckers around the country is a witness to this shit. You know what I'm saying? Get you one, start off with one blue pill. And then two, you really rolling. Now I started jacking in with the damn blue pill. And I jacked it, so what happens is this here. So here's the doorway. You start to jack in. The more and more you jack in, the more and more you get to the doorway. But because we are in this particular realm where that is what is called the world to come, the twat, It's called the underworld. The kingdom of Osiris is called the Duat, the underworld. And there's a book called Dreams and the Underworld by James Hillman. The underworld is the other dimension of a new frontier. That's where we're going. But guess what? The underworld is also the dream realm. The dream realm is an alternative dimension accessible by a person's dreams. All people can go to this dream with no problem as at a young age. But as a person nears adulthood, these dream realms shut down. And only a few adults can go into the dream realm. You ever hear motherfuckers say, now, you know, I don't dream at all now. Then there's, I don't dream, but I don't remember. You see what I'm saying? So now, because the underworld, the Twat, that's in the book, The Message to the Sphinx. On May the 21st of this month, an entity rose called Lavado. That is a Kundalini energy that is in you, that is rising step by step to June 21st, which starts the summer solstice. In the book, Message of the Sphinx, in the Journey of the Horus King, which is the Kundalini energy, basically starts out in somewhere in the spring and it moves on into midsummer, which is the kingdom of Osiris. Now, because the kingdom is at hand, when you jack in and you start going closer and closer, usually when you jack, here's the doorway, you would jack in, you would go back here if you lose sleep. Now, wherever you jack in, if it be 2 years and you jacked in up here, you stay in this particular position until you jack in again. You see what I'm saying? Until you jack in again. You see? So, the key here is you jack in until you get closer to the doorway. I got so close, I ain't been jacking in lately. Because I've been just lazy or whatever. I keep just forgetting the damn pills or whatever. But the last couple times I jacked in, somebody called me on the phone and I woke up. And I was talking on the phone. And every time I blinked my eyes, this damn dream was still going on. And I said, wait a minute, hold on, what the fuck is going on? And I was talking on the phone, I closed my eyes, and the damn motherfucker was still walking around in the damn dream. That's when I knew that it's an alternative dimension. That's why they're talking about the government's ability to stop sleep. This is some research that a brother, the matrix manipulation of dreams. It's coming from Montauk series, but it's some stuff off of the internet. The matrix manipulation of dreams. So therefore, the government is trying to do this because they understand that that is the realm that you need to go to, but they know that basically they got everybody on lockdown because everybody got to work. You see? Now, you can't spend all the time in a modern world sleeping. This ain't going to happen. Otherwise, you might be out on the ground. And even in a goddamn homeless shelter, you got to get up and be out that motherfucker before 4, 7 o'clock. 4, 6 o'clock, you got to hit the street. So the only thing I can think is it's not based on how much sleep you get, but what kind of sleep you get. Now, this is not a sedative. It's a sleep enhancer. So what it is it's going to magnify whatever the part of the dream you are in. And that is the realm that is going on at this particular time. Now, let me give you some other stuff that's getting ready to happen. Now, y'all all right? Okay. What is getting ready to happen also on this particular realm is you all, whether you male or female, it don't matter. So you can think I'm a crazy motherfucker all you want. You can say that nigga bullshitting all you want. But just be warned, and you mark my word for this shit. Every last nigga up in here gonna be visited by their own secret lover. And that's a sexual entity. Now let me explain. So, each of us have a secret lover, a lover who waits just beyond the images that floods our mind during the sexual arousal and in sleep. A dream lover who disguises as an individual whom we fall in love. An ideal lover who has adored us since the beginning of our individual existence, and who will never abandon us until the instant we merge our being in absolute godhood. We normally feel the embrace of our secret lover in the ecstasy of orgasm and in moments of rapture when the beauty of music, dance, visual arts, and nature overcomes us. That's the muse. Whenever we experience a broken heart, it is often because another individual has not lived up to the perfection of our secret lover. The reason the sexual experiences are often better in imagination or in memory than in actuality is because it is the imagination that our secret lover is nearest to us. A personal relationship will always be somewhat disappointing because in truth there can never be a relationship that matches one that we've already had with a secret lover. It is the secret standard in which everything is measured. The irony is that most of us are unaware of our secret lover. Surrender to this secret lover is the central theme in religion, yet the doctrines and practices of the world's so-called great religions tend to dilute and deflect and detour the individual from the genuine personal experiences. So, what is getting ready to happen is this. Each one of us has what is called the Agos Damien, which is the holy guardian angel. That is your higher self in each one of us. But we also have an individual that is a connection, that is a secret lover. You males have a female. You females have a male. Now, somewhere in the future, could be the summer solstice, I don't know. It could be soon, but what is getting ready to happen here is you're getting ready to have a secret lover that is going to visit you, your own secret lover, and this is going to be a lover that's going to visit you in the realm of the dream land, and it's going to make love to you. Some of the sisters are already experiencing this shit. They got sisters all over the country that is experiencing these motherfuckers coming to them and jacking their asses up and making love to them. Every now and then you get a brother. I experienced it last summer. But like I said, of all the motherfuckers I got, I had to get a secret lover with goddamn issues. All the thousands of ghosts and spooks and goblins and ghouls and spirits in the goddamn world, I got to get a motherfucker with issues. So when my secret lover came and gave me the wang dang doodle and hooked me up, I was like, oh man, this shit is unbelievable, because the Kundalini energy shot to the damn brain. It was unbelievable on the orgasmic level. I didn't say ejaculation. I didn't have no wet dream or no shit like that. On the orgasmic level, but I had the Kundalini shot up and had a Kundalini shot up on the higher orgasmic level. The key here is, when I told a motherfucker to do the shit the next night, she was like, look, I don't let a motherfucker tell me when to do it. I come when I get ready. So I ain't seen the motherfucker since goddamn July. But the key here is, we'll all visit the secret lover. Now, what is the mystery? You need the secret lover because you need to go to a higher level. Because once you get that particular secret lover, you will go to a higher level spiritually. And what will happen here is the energy, you will flow and you will rise up back to your Godhead through the visitation of the secret lover, which is getting ready to happen. Now, follow me on here on how this shit is going to happen, because the ecological shit has been broken down now. We know how this shit is going on. These things are going to visit every single individual on the earth, black and white, in Asian or whatever. Everybody's going to have it. It's just that if you, all it is a form of the Kundalini rising. Because they're going to rise the Kundalini energy. There's only one problem. If you don't have a soul or the pineal capability or the Kundalini capability, eternal combustion, you're just going to explode. Remember they say second time by fire? And they talk about how the fire going to come and all this kind of thing. The rapture that they're talking about is not going to be some shit with some locusts and all that old bullshit the Christians is talking about. Because remember now, they got their apocalypse from the Persians, and the Persians got their shit from out of the mystery school when Cambyses raided, and that ain't nothing but an alchemical text that's talking about some shit going on the inside of your body. But the alchemical stuff is going on through the sexual alchemy. So what's getting ready to happen here is the secret lover going to come. That is the Holy Ghost. That is the Jesus Christ. You see what I'm saying? That is the Osiris, that is the Maya out of the Isis. And that's going to come, and what's going to happen is they're going to fuck you, and you're going to raise back up. Meanwhile, they need the energy, and they need the stuff. They need the Kundalini fire in your body. They need the vaginal fluids to feed from the female, so that those entities that's also outside of the physical body, so they can rise up. You see what I'm saying? So they can rise up. You see, all this stuff here is ecological. You see what I'm saying? That's just like Azariah got in his book, and it's also in, what other book? Dr. John Mumford's book, where the woman's supposed to take the cum and rub on her face to revitalize the cells and all that kind of shit here. So all them old mud packs and all that shit there, you need to get some nut upside the head. You see? You know. Get some jism and some up the nostrils and shit. And then that regenerates and all this shit here and gets rid of the wrinkles and all this kind of shit here and everything else and stuff. You need a damn nut upside the head, you know. But protein. You know. But the key here is a couple other things we got to deal with. The key here is, and he got it, Azariah put it in his catalog, in his book about it. He also got it, but it's also in Dr. John Mumford's book, Ecstasy Through Tantra. You need that, some spermicide, up the, some spermatosis up the eyeball or whatever. Anyway, those entities are going to come and visit you, and that is the rapture. Now, the key here is, if you are not, everybody going to get it, because the invasion, look, how did you get down here? We all want to think we came from heaven, but how did you get down here? 10 toes up, 10 toes down, 2 big old asses going what? Round and a motherfucking round. That's the incarnation. That is the invasion. And that's how you're going out of this motherfucker. The same way. But the key here is when the Holy Guardian Angel comes, here's a book called The Way of the Secret Lover. It's called Sex, Magic, Tantra, and Tarot, The Way of the Secret Lover by Krista. That's the one I was reading out of. The Christopher S. Hyatt, Ph.D., and Lon Milo Duquette. Christopher H. Hyatt and Lon Milo Duquette. The Way of the Secret Lover. I read that little passage in there and stuff. And they got all this, some of this stuff is outmoded sex magic, but it's a real good book on this particular stuff. The key here is you're going to get visited, and what's going to happen here is there's an extraterrestrial invasion coming, but it ain't coming from the skies. It's coming from the bootay. It ain't coming from the skies like you think. That's why the white man, he's out there. He's got all kind of shit waiting for the aliens to come, but what he don't realize, in his ass, there's an invasion going to come. And with him, if he ain't got the Kundalini energy, his ass gonna burn up. Whereas you're gonna go to the next fucking level. Now the mystery here is, the entity that came called Labrador says, I am an entity and I am a form of the Leviathan, the face upon the waters that move upon the waters. Leviathan, he said, but I am going closer and closer to the waters. Well, in us, it's the Kundalini energy. On the physical earth, that's them black waters off the coast of Florida, but they're not telling motherfuckers here. Now, let me get this right quick. They're not telling people, baffling blob floating near Florida. Scientists suggest that the black water may be a type of algae. Oh yeah, Miami, Florida, the researchers have been studying the giant mysterious black water in the Florida Bay, and it seems to be associated with a diatom of a type of algae. In so many words, they say this shit is 700 miles long. And they've been dealing with this shit since December. But they broke it on the news on March the 22nd. On March 22nd. They broke it in the CNN on March the 27th. And these motherfuckers are scared. Now, let me drop this shit on you. Everything I've been talking about now, the shit is getting ready to start lining up. Now, let me start connecting the damn dots. Whenever you fuck, you stir up these black waters. Whenever you start juicing, remember I talking about that juice? Whenever you juice with the goddamn G-spot and you start to masturbating, you stir up these black waters. Whenever you start hearing music in the inner ear, the goddamn black waters start to moving because those are entities. But what they ain't telling you is these motherfuckers are all over the planet. They just told the people about this one black water off the coast of Florida. You see what I'm saying? 700 miles long. And they said, don't appear to be no fucking life in this shit. All marine life is dead. This is nothing but the same shit that was out in space, that black, mysterious black cloud and all that stuff that Art Bell and all them was talking about. The shit appeared at the beginning of the winter solstice, around December 22nd. Now, whenever you screw, give away to the muse and start partying and become the goddamn freak, you give away to the black waters. That's why, how many motherfuckers is a couple up in here? How many somebody got somebody? Because it takes a couple to do this shit right here. Now, try to understand this. The great mystery to the netters and all that is, there was a group of monsters that used to live in primordial times. They talk about that in the movie Demon Night, Tales from the Crypt. They say, at one time, demons used to rule the earth. That's the same shit's in your booty. In the movie Wishmaster Part 2, they say the jinns used to rule the earth. Them damn gunners, shaktis, kalis, ogres, and gunners, russers, those are the jinns. They are the titans, monsters that used to rule earth. Before man used to rule, there used to be a monster-type race that used to rule in primordial times. Those monster-type race are the titans, the satans, that's Kundalini, serpentine race. What's that?
It's something you're talking about, because it's funny, because my partner, he channels these demons.
Sexual demons. Remember they say that can't have sex as a giveaway to demons. All this stuff they talk about is this monster. Hold on, we got to go because we race for time, but you own it. This monstrous race. Guess what? In your booty, there is a demon, a monster. Now we see, now this gets outside of religion, because religion don't even relate to this shit. Religion tell you that you are something. If human is a matrix and an illusion and you're not human, you are something else, then what are you? You are these demonic entities that used to rule, called pre-creation entities. They're called the primal world beings. These monstrous beings that is in all world mythology, the titans, the asuras, the titans. These monstrous demonic entities. Now, whenever you have sex, you stir up these motherfuckers, which is your soul. It's called a monstrous soul. Now, if you are couples, or if you, no, if not, no, not on that. If you got access to some dick or some booty, make it happen. You know how to make this shit happen. Get off your high horse, get the fuck out of goddamn church, pay somebody if you have to, cook a motherfucker meal, or however you listen some shit, some high heel shoes or whatever. Just to get a motherfucker to fuck you. You know what I'm saying? The key here is get you, now this is the funny part, but it's the shit is real, because these motherfuckers respond. Now, these entities, they like sex, they like the music, they like all other stuff, but they get woke up. You need to go to the damn dollar toy store, and you need to get the paddle ball, and you need to break the ball off, and you need to take that little paddle. They used to be wood, but now they make them in a nice little plastic. Especially for the sisters. It don't work on a nigga, I don't know. I don't know, this don't work on me. This shit just don't work on, it distracts me. But it does on some brothers. I'll explain that in a few minutes. But me, it don't seem to work. I guess my shit is already monstrous. I've been talking about this for a while, so I guess been there, done that. But you need to get a motherfucking paddle, one of the little paddles from the toy store. See, I know y'all saying this nigga, he ain't lost his goddamn mind. And you need, well, the point what you need is you need to get a good fuck on and get to start to rolling real good, and then the nigga sneak up behind you with that paddle and pap you on the ass a couple times with that little paddle, and then that goddamn monster will come out. Then you go to another level. Huh? 10 minutes. Then you go to another level. Now, I know y'all saying that nigga crazy. Now, these are some shit, because you're getting to the core of the bacchanalian, demonic, Dionysian realm into ecstasy. Get Robert Johnson book. Now, you need to go down to 42nd Street or whatever, and you need to get, now this is a winner for the brothers. And there's another one, but you got to graduate to that one. Right now, with spring, this is a winner for the brothers now, if you do this. For the sisters, but you got to do it on this level. See, now you done broke out of all that goddamn religion. Now we can talk to your ass. Because you ain't around here with all that alhamdulillah shit. Now we can talk to your ass. All right. This is a winner. I got to talk a little loud. Go down to 42nd Street. The white people been doing, but you don't want to. You want to do this one. You need to get, it's a little nylon string with a washer on it and some little balls. You see it on the goddamn porno movies. Porno is good. Now, make sure you close that door back. Look. You need to go and you need to get a nylon string. It's got a little wash on it and it's got some little balls on it. That's what you want. This is the first level. You need to take the balls and you insert them in the vagina. And there's a little string and a little string. Put them up there and then lick on that clit. Lick on that clit. Real good till it heat up like a thermostat. Like that pilot. And then tug on that damn string and let them little balls, because they're going to rub up on that G-spot and all that shit. It's a winner. Telling you. All right. Now, sisters, if you want to get the maximum amount of play, shave around the clitoris and the damn punyani. If you want to get the maximum out of this shit, shave around the shit. You see, Shave real good around this shit. You can leave a little shit up the top, make it all cute if you want to, or to shave it all off, it don't matter. But shave around the shit to get the maximum strength. Now what I'm trying to tell you, I'm giving you the ultimate level of this particular sexual tantra thing, because you all been made Christians. What the hell you think, man? You figure the motherfucker gonna give you some shit and that shit gonna liberate you? But all the shit they telling you to not do, you like that shit in your mind anyway? Why do you like that in your mind? That's because that's the entity, that's the muse, the Damien that's inside of you. See what I'm saying? Now I know that you thought this shit was gonna come another way, but everybody else is talking about some other goddamn shit. Everybody else is talking about some righteous shit. And if we get obedient to God, then maybe we can save all that kind of shit here. And you don't understand. The only God that's left at this particular time is you down here. The rest of them motherfucking entities is old and dead. They don't even work no more. I'll let you know another little secret. All them goddamn altars, especially in the Yoruba religion, all that shit they got going, Oshun and them motherfuckers been gone. Them motherfuckers, that shit don't even work no goddamn more. You might well build them altars to your damn self. Because those particular entities was not made to have mass worship that way. And the goddamn African done pimped that shit by making everybody, selling the motherfucker that bullshit with all them damn, you getting all this money, paying all that shit, because that's a business. They done turned that into a doggone major religion. And as a result, whenever you saturate the energy, it don't work no more. One of the ones that's still better is, because it's not a lot of black people that is deal with the voodoo. You see, then you got your Palo Manombe, which is the real deal shit. Now that's the stuff that works. Because all the shit is saturated. So that ain't nothing but a religion like Christianity now. Because there's too many people worshiping, so the energy can't get. So Oshun and them motherfuckers can't do nothing for you. They have retired. What's that?
Serpent in the Rainbow, how is he dealing with your
No, that Serpent in the Rainbow, Wade Davis was talking about, they were dealing with the voodoo. Okay. The voodoo is close to the next thing, because you got to start dealing with Azuli and that whole thing, and Dan Balawedo and Ada Wado and all of them. It still got a power to it. But the Palo Manombe, which is the dark side of Santeria that they got rid of, is the most powerful stuff, the Zarabanda stuff. But this is some stuff that you have to start dealing with. But these entities, number one, them juices I was talking about, those entities are trying to free themselves in that black water that's around the earth. They get stronger, but they feed off of those particular juices. What's that?
The movie Harry Potter, he had to stop. Can you break that down a little bit? He had to stop the guy coming of age of 666. He was 665 years old, and he had to stop him to come.
But isn't it interesting? But in this movie, that the guy in black ended up good, and everybody in the movie think that the guy in black was gonna be the enemy, and it was the other motherfucker that was. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't that interesting, the way they had reversed that type thing?
They call him Philosopher's Stone at sometimes.
Yeah, the Philosopher's Stone and all that type, so all that, you see. So it's just interesting, you know, but they were just basically telling the people and telling their children it's time for you to get into the magic, because the magic is the science. You see, it's the science. What's that?
Yeah, there's a movie that just came on radio called The Muse, and there's two other movies I wanted your opinion about. One is Dance with the Devil with Rosie Perez. The other one was Final Fantasy.
Yeah, Final Fantasy, the Gaia on the end of the movie. And maybe she said that the Gaia and stuff, and they had to open up the Gaia energy for Earth to survive. The Gaia energy is the Kundalini energy. That is the great dragon Leviathan. But the physiological thing here is the waters off the coast of whatchamacallit is those particular ones. But the waters off the coast of Florida is the physical Leviathan. But Deacon's Phantoms.
Yeah, but it was in Final Fantasy
Okay,
where they had
the Phantoms, yeah. Well, those entities off that water is the Phantoms. The key here is all, but in you, it is the Kundalini energy. What's that?
Probably want to stop right here for a minute and take maybe about 2 or 3 questions.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
15
Yeah.
minutes.
Let's give me some questions. The ninth gate is at the end of the shit. Everybody's wishing for the ninth gate. They had Tarot, they had all that stuff going. Well, how did he get the ninth gate? He had to goddamn get into that booty. And when he fucked the girl, he went through the damn ninth gate open up. That's the only gate there is. The ninth gate is the pussy. You see? What's that? Yeah.
I understand exactly.
Yeah.
How come in the ancient Hindu religion,
Yeah.
how come they emphasize that self-defeating and that you have to let go of the physical in order to reach your higher self? Why is it so?
Okay, this is it.
Really like,
It is this. Let me tell you.
That's not the masses.
Okay, they went through a degradation period like any other thing. If you go back to the earlier Vedic stuff, they hardly even dabble in the human affairs. It's all about motherfucking Shiva and these entities and the Suras and all them battling. But then, if you get, they got, see, the thing about it is they got more text now that's coming out on Shiva and stuff that comes from earlier arcane stuff where it was about getting to that particular level through the sexual energy. But as more and more the time goes on, certain key elements start to get lost, and every time the key elements start to get lost, the result is they replace it with moralism and stuff that they don't know. So this is the same thing happened in ancient Kemet and happened in all. So what happened is there'll be some really advanced stuff. And as the years go by, couple of thousand years, and although we might be getting the Vedic, we're still getting fragments. Whenever they don't understand the greater mysteries, they always replace it with abstinence and these types of things. Same thing happened in the radical change with Christianity and all that type of stuff. Once they lost the mysteries on how to do it, then they say we must refrain from it. They're only refraining from it not from a moralistic standpoint of view and not from it being dangerous. They're refraining from it because they lost the certain science and the knowledge in the inquiries of doing the actual thing. So therefore, even the Vedic thing went through a radical change. So by the time you get to the Vedic thing, it starts off radical. By the time you get to Krishna ain't nothing but Shiva, but Krishna ain't slinging the dick like Shiva. He ain't more of a love affair thing. So here it is, it's a radical change. Then on in the Buddha, it's gone then. Now, if you step on a goddamn roach, you're going to hell. Or karma. So karma and all that old bullshit is nothing but like sin. Everything that they lose, they replace with karma. So as it goes on, it gets more and more down to a fundamental level.
So basically, these so-called gurus that can do certain things that we can't do, they're pimping them.
The gurus is the biggest joke going. Let me drop this shit about the gurus. The gurus have mastered the astral plane. The astral plane is nothing but different levels of the matrix. Although it might not be physical, it's just another form of illusion. They have gone, these ascended masters have mastered the astral plane. But what about the world to come? Osiris is in the underworld. The ancient ones, when you talk about the older mythologies, they have a journey to the underworld. That's a different plane. The underworld is the next world to come. All these ascended masters, if they are ascending and there is no kingdom, where the fuck they go? They're going into another forms of illusion. So the yogi is the biggest joke ever known to man. That's why they can have all them white motherfuckers in their shit.
Just one last thing.
Yeah.
The only reason I said that is because I asked a brother who's into the Vedic thing, and I told him about the Asuras.
Right.
And he was like, oh, well, they deal with their magic and their...
Ain't it funny that all these so-called people, when it comes to a certain section, it's always something that's evil. Yeah. They say that the Asuras rule before the Devas. But they say that the Asuras, who is now in the underworld, and the underworld means that they're locked in his physical bodies. The Asuras, they say, are much more advanced than the Devas, and they are ancient pristine deities that are more superior than the demons, than the Devas. You see what I'm saying? So the key here is they have fallen to fundamentalism because they don't go back far enough because a lot of that mission is lost. We're talking thousands of years. What's that, brother? Yeah.
No, I just want to say something real quick. I understand. I feel what you're saying.
Understand. That overstand shit, all that little Afrocentric shit. When you understand something, you're going to the underworld. So the original shit is that. So even that old I overstand. How the fuck you overstand something? Underworld is talking about the undercurrent thought. So the original shit that was the original. But go ahead.
I was wanting to say what you were saying. It has validity, but also doesn't have any balance. Because everybody knows any overindulgence will cause destruction. I don't care what it is.
We're talking about destruction. You don't get it. Wait a minute, man. You don't get it. You still talk about religion.
I'm not talking about...
No, listen to me, man. Listen to what I'm talking about, man. I know where you're going with this shit. You know where you listen. Do you know what time it is on where the earth man is? Did you... I don't give a damn what religion you study. They tell you all of it. Now, you can quote me on this, because we can go in any one you want to go to. You messing with the undisputed master in this shit. You pick out one, and I'll show you where the shit is. All of them tell you in the end, this shit goes back to what? Chaos and destruction. They tell you in the end, all this shit will be destroyed. So now, what's going on is this here. You got to get your time cycles right. You have to get your time cycles right. What you're doing is a legitimate thing you're saying, but what it is, there's a confusion going on. A lot of the stuff that is built off of time cycles, when they talk about balance, they were talking about, people talk about a certain balance because they knew we had a couple of thousand years left. But now what we're talking about is called eschatology, or end times. And end times mean one thing. The earth is not supposed to be preserved. The earth is supposed to be destroyed. That's exactly what we're trying to do. And that's exactly what has to be done. Because either two things. If you don't destroy it, the white man rules. You ain't going to destroy the goddamn white man. It has to. Now, hold on. Now, wait a minute. This is very key. Because we're not talking religion. We're not talking about trying to start a new movement. I've been saying this shit from the longest. It's about destruction. Make no bones about it. The Africans ain't gonna do nothing. Black people ain't gonna do shit but be good slaves. If you want to remove the white man, we all have to die.
Right.
Now, I want to ask you something. Now, challenge me on this, because I know my shit now. Is there any religion, even the religion say that, and that's the depredated form. Is there any magical system to say we're going to remain in the physical? No. It says the physical, and then we go to the spirit realm. So you got to understand the time cycle. The shit I'm telling you is the overindulgence in the bacchanalian realm. When they come back, they're talking about destruction. That's exactly what I've been talking about all night. I didn't say nothing about live a better life so you can have a better car or a better motherfucking goddamn waterhead baby and all kind of old fucked up shit. I said in this shit. And I'm showing you how to do it. Because them black waters out there, guess what? Destruction. Some motherfuckers like, black people out there, man, that shit all good, man. That shit all good. Well, black people, that shit is all good. Fuck humanity. That's what I'm talking about here. Don't y'all get the message? We are not human. We are monsters. We are pristine asuras, titans, netters. We are the gods. Orishas, Loas. When you think of them gods, it's us. So it's not about preserving humanity. That's impossible. It's impossible to bend the goddamn spoon. Bend your motherfucking mind around the spoon. Yeah, so my point is and there is no text that don't say that we're going to another level. And I'm not coming in the aspect of most of the brothers and sisters about we need to do this to the black community. The black community is my goddamn enemy. Fuck black people. You ain't figured it out yet. Everybody's an asshole down here. You ain't figured this shit out yet. Y'all don't even need to go back to no UAM. Y'all ain't figured this shit out yet. You go time and time again. Guess what they tell you what slavery is? You know what they say hell is? Repetition. Yeah, the myth of Dionysus and stake to the cross, He staked to a mountain, and Jesus is staked to a mountain. Dionysus is staked to a mountain, and a buzzard comes every day and eat out his side. Later on, Jesus is staked to a cross, and they stab a spear in the side. Why does the buzzard come every day and eat out his side? Because hell is repetition. Over and over and over and over again. You see, so we go through this stuff over and over and over again. I'm telling you, I'm going to get free y'all motherfuckers right now. Find a beautiful black person and hate them. You want liberation? In the book of the law, they say, be against the people, O my chosen. What do they tell you in the Matrix? Although we love these people, they are still plugged in, and they are the potential of a damn to be an agent themselves. They want to plugged in. This is the freedom. You want to break this shit? Damn niggas too. Niggas and flies. One spread filth and one spread lies. The more I hang around niggas, the more I like flies. Now, what am I saying? I'm telling you, I know. But what I'm trying to tell you, they get ready to close this place anyway, ain't they?
No, they renewed the contract. But
Oh,
one more question.
Okay. I was ready to say they was gonna close. I said, hey, let's go broke on there. That would be mad. But you might need to come back. Okay. All right. Yeah. So my point here is, you're wasting time. Black people, we see the enemy. Black people, all white people. The system is like this. 99.9% of them, they don't care. They want to be white and they're happy being it. They love this society. They love America. This is, but they talk about the ones that is the elect. And that's what's going on. Give me some more questions. Who had a question? Yeah, okay.
Okay, so Robert, I have this idea, right? I wanted to know what is this in terms of what you're talking about. Like you're saying blacks, we should come together, the women should start masturbating and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about if you haven't thought about having orgies and drinking?
Hey! Guess what? That's the spirit. Guess what? In the Dionysian book, they said Dionysus of Osiris is supposed to usher in a new realm of magic and madness, the orgiastic realm. That shit is all good. A whole bunch of motherfuckers supposed to be getting together on the orgiastic realm. If you can pull it off, now that's a metaphysical feat itself these days. Pulling that shit off. But start small and more power to you. You got it, sister. That's what the damn shit is. Get Walter F. Otto's book and find out what the Walter F. Otto's book. That's the radical shit, and even the book Ecstasy, because he hits around it. But Robert A. Johnson is he's a Jungian psychology. They're not going to do so much. But the Walter F. Otto's book, the book called there's a book called The Gods of Ecstasy by Alan Danilo. The Gods of Ecstasy, and in there, the orgiastic realm, that's the shit. What happened is the Caligula shit, but it just got crazy with that motherfucker. What happened was the Dionysian realm, they was worshiping Bacchus, that shit opened up on their ass. Well, you know why it opened up on them? Because that was the last stand before they went into deep Catholicism and the papacy. That's what this shit is about. That's some radical stuff, but that's what time it is. And you brought that. There you go. There you go.
Did you check Unfaithful yet?
Yeah.
What you think about that?
Homeboy was doing the Dionysian thing, and she had started to open up. If you saw it, she went, and she was dying in that damn shit, because that is a shit that was put together to control people. That old marriage bullshit. You got to be with one motherfucker. You got to do this kind of shit here. Old motherfucker been in the bed with you for 4,000 years with goddamn coins on their ass. But he brought her to a level. What that motherfucker? It was the Dionysian. What it is this here. See, they code these movies. They put one for the people who know what time it is, And that was the first part of the movie. And the second part was that old shit for the old religious motherfucker. They said, now we got to put a certain amount of people back to sleep. So the first thing, she walked up in that motherfucker shit, what did he have around him?
Books.
Books.
Yeah.
Books. Coffee. That was the stimulant.
Yeah.
He started showing her a new way of life and started living. That motherfucker started opening up. What she started doing? She started masturbating.
That's right.
She started masturbating. She started going to that Dionysian realm. You see what I'm saying? They start fucking all out in the public. You see what I'm saying?
When she was on the train, she was thinking about
Think about that shit. She was going to that other level.
Yeah.
She was going to that other level. Then they got to put you back to sleep with all that other bullshit. The first part of the movie was talking about that's what time it is.
That's right.
That's the Bacchanalian realm. Open it up. It's called the return of the oppressed, the return of the repressed. And she started to live like a goddess again. Say, yeah, I'm fucking this nigga right here. Fuck this nigga at home with the corporate world. He was an old corporate motherfucker, firing people and all this old shit, and got his little wife at home and a little goddamn little retarded ass little boy and shit. You know that motherfucker was retarded. She started fucking this nigga at the books. He was suave. Shit was on. Then they gotta put a nigga back to sleep. Because the second part of the movie was the same old Hollywood bullshit. They said, now all you asshole motherfuckers go back to sleep. All you real motherfuckers, you know what time it is. And that's what you gotta get to. That's the worst thing they fear. That's why there's a church on every corner.
That's right.
Because that's the worst thing they fear. Now let me tell you another thing too. You can get to the level, well, fuck the institution of marriage.
Thank
You want to break some ego and humble yourself? Get to the level of, if you can listen with a brother. Now I know this gonna fuck you up, because you get ready to go right back to sleep on this one. But I gotta drop it to you. The ability of you to smash your ego is the ability to let your woman go and kick it with another nigga or whatever type thing here. If that happens. Now listen to what I'm trying to say here. I'm not suggesting that you go lend your goddamn woman out to kick it with another nigga. Certainly I haven't done that either, but I will say this much too. If it happens, don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. And that's gonna break down the goddamn ego. Because she's her own goddess, and you kick it with other motherfucking sisters.
Hey, Bob.
Huh?
That's what they said in K-Fax. But also, can you break down the Vanilla Sky shit?
The Vanilla Sky. The Vanilla Sky was one of the baddest movies put out this year. It's on video now. The whole thing was they were trying to show you that you can be in a reality and thinking it's all this shit here and it can be a dream. Because guess what? The Egyptians believed that they used to live one time and they fell asleep and all the shit around them that they called Hemmitt was a dream. And one day they hoped to wake up. And in the movie, that nigga was in a dream, and when he got in that damn bar, the guy said, you got the power to change all this shit and turn it around. Trying to tell him, it's only a dream. It's only a dream. Now, so that was the movie. You got to go check the movie out. The movie was dropping. But it's a movie that you got to get to the end of the movie, as well as the movie The Others. That came back out too. Both done by the same people. The Scientology department of Tom Cruise. Get the movie The Others. You could be dead and not know you dead. That was a badass flick. Now I want to say this type thing here. The reason why I said that is about the other niggas and all that kind of stuff. You got to start looking at the woman as a complete goddess in her complete universe, just as you be a complete male in your complete universe. So you sisters, don't get mad if the brother got to tiptoe through the tulips. Hey, this shit is not about puritanical European society. It's about pre-dynastic Kemet, but that's when they started rebelling against this shit. You see what I'm saying? Pre-dynastic Kemet. Give me some more questions. Okay.
In terms of the dream thing, when I left IBM, and I had management. But then they wanted me to take an administrative position.
Yeah, it's the whole thing about the dreams, because they know that when they study the Egyptian, half the Book of the Dead, there's a whole thing on the Egyptian Book of the Dreams. Now, I got it in one of the things, I didn't bring the passage, but there's even a passage in the Book of the Dead on how to control your dreams. I don't remember the spell number, but there's a spell number on how to control your dreams. You say this shit, and when you go to sleep, you be awake in your dreams. So the dream thing you write, it bears witness to all that stuff, is the way it is. What's that, brother?
Eyes wide shut.
Huh?
Eyes wide shut.
Well, that ain't nothing but just straight up Illuminati showing, because here it is, Tom Cruise again. Just like he got that Minority Report shit coming out. That's the movies he picking, because they into that metaphysics. Eyes Wide Shut is nothing but the Illuminati, and they're showing all the sex rituals and all that stuff that they have, and he just was a regular doctor and didn't understand that there was a higher class of white folks than these regular little upper mobile white folks, and he messed around and went to the wrong damn party. And all right, and like they got killed until they had that girl to sacrifice her life in the movie and stuff. You see what I'm saying? Oh, huh? Yeah. Just read up on the book and then make your own rituals out of it. Because a lot of the stuff, the reason why those books are all out here in the soup, all out here, because they don't work if you just go by the regular mode. You read up and try to understand this stuff and then make your own ritual out of it. There's a good shit on the Goetia in a movie called The 13 Ghosts. And remember they had an illustrated book? That's the illustrated Alice Crawley Goetia in the movie The 13 Ghosts. Type movie. But who saved them in the end? The Ross Digger, the black woman, had to save their ass in the end from the entities taking their ass. When the Goetia, they had to use the black girl in the movie to save all the white people in the house. You know, Steve Coakley talked about that years on how they taking these black people to save motherfuckers. Well, in the movie, Ross Digger was the only one. She saved them all in the damn movie. But the 13 Ghosts was about the Goetia, the illustrated Crawley's illustrated Goetia. And that's what the 13 Ghosts was about, that movie. What's that?
How can we get from ketamine?
What? Ketamine?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's an active
I don't know, but I tell you what. Mix them three sisters up to do it. Otencia, Shayola, and Tiatia. Otencia, Shayola, Tiatia. They can do it. I know that much of stuff. Yeah. What's that, sister? Oh, okay.
Like, I did try it. You're right. As far as the element, I used Canadian Club whiskey.
Yeah.
And Seagram's gin.
Well, use another gin. Use a London dry gin, because Seagram's gin is on the western hemisphere. Just use a London dry gin. You want to mix two continents up.
Okay, so what is the parts? Like you would add equal parts? Like
You can just even it out. You can just take it all and dump it in one thing, or mix it. Just mix it all together. However you do that, just mix it all together. Each day it gets sweeter and sweeter and sweeter if you use the Canadian thing. It gets sweeter. Each hour it gets sweeter. Now this stuff here, like I said, if you leave it in a glass and you cut them 3 inches the next day, it turns to water. It turns to water. If you leave it in a glass. Give me some more questions. I didn't get a chance to see it yet, but I heard it's better than the last one. I just got to go and I just got to go and check it out. But I know they got the Minority Report is coming out, and they got a couple other things. I didn't get a chance to see it yet. But what? I didn't see that yet either. Did you see it? It's not out yet. Okay. Huh? Well, you can either get London Dry Gin. There's Glenmore. The name of that one is Gardens. You can get Gardens, Glenmore. No. I said the gin part. The London Dry Gin, Gardens, Glenlight, Kingsley, any London Dry Gin. And the Canadian whiskey. Northern Lights can be one. R&R can be one. Or Windsor can be one. I think Windsor is the best quality.
And that still does it have to be
Windsor? Yeah. Well, did you see the movie From Hell? Because that was all about the Masonic Order and the Windsor and that whole 9 yards. So yeah. And Oteacher, Shayola, Tiacha. I guarantee, if you got any ailments, you put that shit on there. And it will work. Give me some more questions. What's that, sister? Huh? No, you will get, what'll happen is you'll get a spiritual pregnancy, which is nothing but your soul. It moves up to the heart chakra, and then it illuminates. That's why I got this big gut. Because I got a spiritual pregnancy, and it's on its way down. It was worse than this shit. But what happened is I got a spiritual pregnancy that went to another level. Now they talk about that because old Dawood was talking shit, but they talk about that shit in the yogic thing about the goddamn Buddha and the whole 9 yards where you get a spiritual pregnancy. No. What happens is it's called a baby of the egg, Harpocrops. What happens is for about a couple of weeks you have the energy is like a baby, then it develops into a grown person. Now that motherfucker grown, and the nigga is amazing on the sexual thing. No shit, I'm shit. He and me now. Motherfucker amazed me. You see what I'm saying on the sexual aspect? Because he can go all damn night. All fucking night. All night. Couple of sisters almost went to the crazy house on this motherfucker. Seriously. Couple of sisters like to went to the crazy house on this nigga. In me. So I'm thankful. Yeah. All right. Hmm? Yeah, the music it's called The Conspiracy of Sound and the Conspiracy of Music.
Okay, so Bobby will be doing a second tape that I will have on Wednesday, hopefully on Wednesday, to follow up from this lecture here.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Jay-Z and all them stupid ass niggas like that, them lost ass niggas is doing the right thing there.
They are. They're doing the right thing.
But they getting pimped too by
But it don't matter. It's just an undercurrent. The rappers is getting the freak shit going.
Oh, hell yeah, they doing it.
Think about it.
How they getting rid of the music is because it's going through the CD compression system. That's how they do it.
Yeah.
They dissipating the music that we was talking about. That's on a certain frequencies. That's not really.
But they can't stop it though. But I'm gonna tell you something. The motherfucking the fucking hip hop thing. If they can stay out of that Christianity, they on the move with this shit here, man, because they be straight up on this sexual shit. You know, they got an article now about the sex thing.
Write that name of that elixir down.
Just get any London dry gin, as long as it's London dry gin, and any Canadian whiskey. Yeah.
Mixed together?
Mix them together. Mix a London dry gin and the. Hey, brother, it's all good, man. Yeah, man, I appreciate you, man.
Okay, brother. Good seeing you, man.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, say Bobby.
Yeah, you know it. Yeah.
Yo, the green chick with the secret lover. As soon as you said that shit, last Friday night, that shit took place, and at first it fucked my head up, and then soon as you touched on it, man, it cleared.
There you go.
Shit.
There you go.
Bobby, the same thing happened to me.
There you go.
Maybe it's about 2 or 3 months ago, and I'm staying above the store where I live at and everything, and for like, I was sleeping when I had this dream, and it seemed so real, but I see like a silhouette.
Hey.
A silhouette.
I need somebody to give me a ride to down Brooklyn. Anybody got, Word.
Give me a websites that talk about that black water you talking about that
this is the one right here. Just write that down or either write that down.
I think you had a whole big thing on the social media.
Where?
Right on TV just the other night.
Damn.
I'm telling you, and let me tell you what they do. Like, people saying they got, and then they doing the bullshit with the government talking about there's no scientific proof.
Yeah, right. Well, you know they are.
Why would they do that whole big thing?
Right, because they're talking to one people. They're talking to one people and putting the dummies back to sleep.
Right. But it's just key that you would mention that.
Yeah.
Just the other day.
All right, Black. Okay. All right. Well, I got 2 more CDs. Going fast. Don't miss out.
Bobby, excuse me. What was the name of the sisters?
Otincha, Tiacha, Shayola. Otincha, Tiacha, Shayola.
Otincha, Shayola. Bobby, you have any books on ritual?
I talk about it a lot in my lectures. But all right, man. Okay, you got to put it on. No, he's got several ones. I know you have a pop catalog too, as far as in all the ways, right? No, that's on the back.
Oh, okay. Okay. I've been to the website. Oh, all right. Okay.
Otincha, Shayola, and who?
T.H. Yeah.